See if this thing's going here. And then I'll get started. Looks like I'm going here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my live stream. Anybody new, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button down right below in that water spot there. Much be appreciated. I usually come on about 2 or 3 times a week, depending on my work schedule. This week will probably be about 3 times. Not going to be able to come on tomorrow, but more than likely I'll come on Saturday. I might come on tomorrow night. I don't know. Depends. I should be actually off fairly early my time, which is around 7 p.m. Pacific time. So right now I'm monitoring reflector 30 Charlie. So if you want to jump in and say hi, feel free. I might just jump on and give a call out and see if anybody out there is monitoring reflector 30 Charlie. So, and if you're just jumping in right now watching the stream, jump in the chat, say hi. Love to hear from you. So a little out of it today. All right.
K-E-4-N-I-A.
K-E-4-N-Y.
K9-E-A-G.
Melvern, Arkansas. All right, well, let's jump on and see if anybody out there is monitoring reflector 30 Charlie here. This is Greg, K6EGG, monitoring reflector 30 Charlie from Southern California in the city of Chino, 40 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, and also streaming live on YouTube if you type in my call letters to the YouTube search engine K6EGG.
K6EGG, KJ7WFD.
KJ7WFD, this is Greg, K6EGG. How you doing this looks like this evening for you?
Not doing too bad. Just got to work and hoping my trailer would have been loaded for my Chicago run, but just kind of hanging out waiting for it.
Copy that. Yeah, the other night when I was talking to you, I think you had a free night off, if I recall right. Was that Sunday, something like that?
Yeah, I think that was either Friday night or Sunday night, I believe. I had free night off, but I actually get to work this weekend. So I don't mind going to work, but I'd rather be at home.
Yeah, copy that. I actually like working. I'd actually rather be at work right now, but Powers V said they don't have much work for me, so I'm gonna hang out and chat on some ham radio. I'm also streaming again there too, just to let you know.
Yep, that's what got me on here. I saw you were on there on my subscriber side.
Excellent. I came on a little earlier. It got quite busy very fast. I was very surprised for the afternoon, at least it was afternoon for me. Early evening, I guess, would be for the East Coast. And there was a bunch of guys on from the UK that I think it was about 9 p.m. their time. So it was very busy out here earlier.
That's good. I always like to hear people utilizing.
K7WFD.
Yeah, and the other thing is people don't think it's active because nobody's talking, so they got a bunch of people listening and thinking that nobody's actually talking, but which they aren't. But it turns out just everybody's waiting to hear everybody else talk. So hopefully this brings in some people. Well, brought in you.
K1OLA brought me in too.
See, interesting how that works out there, David. Nice to hear from you. K1LA out there in Massachusetts, I believe, right?
QSL, I'm watching you on my phone right here and watching myself.
W2TLJ.
I had a question. I'm still a little bit new to DStar. I keep on seeing these stations pop in with their ID, but no one talks. Is that just like the radio self-identifying? I guess that's more of a question for David, maybe.
KJ7WFD. I think typically that is if somebody's linking, or if they, at least on my ID 5100, if I key up to identify the repeater, or if I key up to link, unlink, it still kerchunks the radio and sends the call sign through, I believe.
That's good to know when I'm activating the reflector. I might be keying up the entire reflector so everybody can see my call sign. So it's good to know. Now I know not to do that.
Let me see if I have it. Hey, this live streaming thing's pretty cool. You're on a 9700. I'm on a 9700. All right, I just stopped so I could hear myself. The latency's kind of bad, but anyways, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, you guys are the stars of the show. Welcome aboard. Yeah, the delay problem is just inherited of the servers it has to go through before it gets to your ISP or whatever you're using to watch the stream. So I think I got it nailed down to just about 2 seconds. If I go through a third-party software, it's closer to 7 seconds. So just going directly streaming into YouTube. I wish I can get a little quicker, but that's about as quick as I can do. Maybe with a faster computer, I can cut it down another half a second, but I don't think it's worth it at this point.
Well, if you consider everything that this is going through to get from me to you or you to me, that's not bad.
No, it's actually fairly well. It's pretty impressive with technology these days, and I can hear myself come back through your radio when you first key up, because I could tell that you're listening.
All righty, so I understand that Northern California's getting some rain now.
Yes, they are. Much needed rain. They haven't had rain up there, at least substantial rain up there for about a year. So we can really use it. All of our water from Southern California comes from aqueducts and reservoirs from Northern California. So if they can fill those babies up this weekend, that will be great. I think most of the rain is going to fizzle out before it hits my area here in Southern California. But like I said, looking forward to the change of weather, and I hope that things, we get a storm in here a week because literally, I think I can count on my hand the amount of storms we had since last, on one hand, that we had over the last 6 to 9 months here in California. So much needed.
Yeah, I understand. I actually lived in Venice. I lived in Venice from 1977 to 1979. I lived in Venice. I used to do bank security, field service, and before that I lived up in Millbrae for a few months, and I'll tell you, I have to say probably the funnest time of my life was when I lived out there. I really enjoyed it. It was quite a time for me. KA1OLA.
KA1OLA. Yeah, you got the LA in your call sign there too. I didn't think about that. Yeah, California's a pretty interesting place. Although the traffic's gotten a lot worse since you've been out here, and the prices have shot through the roof, so the value of living's changed a lot in the last 6 or 7 years actually. Even since I've been in this house since 2010, we're actually thinking about getting out of state. I would hate to leave this beautiful weather. I mean, today I was mentioning earlier when I was streaming. It's like a perfect day outside. It's 75 degrees, still 75 degrees. It's about almost 4:30. 4 o'clock. And there's not a cloud in the sky now. Little tiny light breeze, cool in the shade. Can't beat it. I mean, anywhere in the country. So at least the weather-wise, it's perfect. But that goes back to what I said earlier about the rain. We can really use it. I don't know if that's my hotspot doing that or what.
Yeah, I have to drive in it quite often in an 18-wheeler. It's so fun.
K9WLW.
Go ahead, Frank. K9WLW. I think you had a double in there with the Massachusetts stations in there. KA1OLA. So go ahead, Frank.
Now, say what you will about California weather. I think Florida's got you beat.
I actually like Florida weather. I know that sounds weird. I mean, the humidity can get a little bad at times in August and September, but I do like the thunderstorms, which we get like maybe once a year here. But it's hard to plan some stuff out sometimes when you get thunderstorms rolling in and out every afternoon, which we don't have that problem. But I do agree with you to a point there, Frank. I do love the weather in Florida. I know it sounds strange.
Well, I have traveled both east and west, and my son lives in Phoenix, which is the epitome of dryness. And I don't see any activity in the atmosphere to remove air pollution. Again, having grown up in the upper Midwest, where air pollution can sometimes be problematic due to industries and whatnot, I can't believe the air quality, how good it is for the most part here in Florida, being surrounded by water And with lots of rain, that cleans out the air pretty good. They've got really good air quality here, considering how many people live here.
Yeah, but I'd rather drive in California than Florida. It's crazy down there. B9TJR.
Yeah, they're in a hurry in this state, and they like to weave and dodge the lanes. That's clearly a problem, but I enjoy it down here. I mean, this is what, my fifth state. Now, granted, I haven't lived in California or Arizona, but again, I'm not a fan of the West as far as living. I mean, it's cool to visit for me, but I just gotta have that moisture, humidity, and variable, the chance of rain every now and then. So, I mean, California, especially Southern California, is just, I mean, you literally go all summer long and then some without a single day's worth of rain. I can't imagine that.
Hey, we had 1 day of rain this summer, I think. It was 1 day.
Right under my trailer, between the tractor tires and the trailer tires. I've had them zip from the right-hand side right under my trailer, like in the Fast and Furious. They had done that in Florida on me, while I'm going down the road. Scared the living daylights out of me.
I've only seen that in movies or TV shows. Wow, that's, I think I'd have to have a pretty low-riding car to fit under there, wouldn't I?
I think it was one of them little Miatas or something. It was a low-riding car. But, I was out in the second lane to let a tractor-trailer merge, and to actually, for the get-on ramps, to let the traffic merge. And this guy come up on my right-hand side, and he went right out underneath my trailer, out the left-hand side, and kept on going. And he wasn't fizzed a bit. I was.
Well, I'm glad he didn't run into any of your wheels, because that would have been, I'd hate to think what would have happened. That would have gotten the truck, that could have tipped, that could have gotten really bad.
Yeah, it could have got disastrous.
Anybody watching the stream right now? I'm connected to Reflector 30 Charlie. That's based in.
Where are you trucking through today there, Tom? I haven't talked to you in a while.
It's based in Georgia.
Well, right now we're stopped at the Petro in Effingham, Illinois.
Anybody new to the channel?
Wife's cooking supper. Or dinner, whatever you want to call it.
Dinner. Supper. Please join in and jump on the Reflector and say hi.
Oh, that's where 70 runs into 57, if I remember correctly.
You got it, yep.
V-E-9-T-J-R.
They still got about that 100-foot high cross near there.
I don't know. I haven't noticed it lately. It could be still here. I'll have to pay attention when we leave.
Yeah, I think it's east of the 57 interchange. I think they merged for a brief while, and then they split off again. I think it was just barely east of town, and I think on your way towards Indianapolis, if I remember correctly. It used to be on the, oh gosh, it's been so many years. I think it was on the south side of the Interstate 70. So it would be on your right if you're heading towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was just west of the petrol truck stop, just before 57 and 70 split off again. 57 comes down out of Chicago, runs into 70 for a few miles there. 70 and 57 run together. And then just west of the petrol truck stop, they split off again. 70 goes towards St. Louis, and 57 goes down towards West Memphis. Well, runs into 55 and then West Memphis.
Yeah, I would go that way to travel from Indianapolis to San Antonio. I'd take 70 west, down 57 to where it runs through the southern tip of Illinois. Is called Cairo. It looks like Cairo, but they pronounce it Cairo, and it's a really decrepit town at the extreme southern tip of Illinois. I mean, way down at the bottom. Boy, is that a rundown town. And then it runs into 57, not longer than that. I think you're actually... I'm trying to think. You go through Illinois, and I think you come into Kentucky, and then you're right into Missouri right away for some reason. Or maybe it goes right into... No, I'm sorry. It goes right into Missouri, I think. Because you cross kind of like the Mississippi and the Ohio where they come together. It's kind of weird. So I think you go from Illinois to Missouri, and you leave that, and then you come into Arkansas.
Yeah, you're right. Runs into 55. You cross over into Missouri and then picks up 55, runs into 55, and then you run into Arkansas, West Memphis, Arkansas. And I can't remember going further, but I don't think so. I think that's where we go that way. We usually cut 40 and head west, but we're going over to we're going to keep going over towards Kansas City. Take 35 south to name town. We pick up 50, US 50, go west on 50 to 54, and then south on 54. That takes us right down to Mexico. Not Santa Rosa. I'm trying to remember where. Tucumcari. Then we pick up 40 there, head west.
Are you going all the way to Southern Cal on this trip?
Rancho Cucamonga.
VE9TJR.
I've heard of that town name mentioned before. Greg, if you're still out there, where is Rancho Cucamonga?
K10, I think Greg's on the phone. I can see him on his stream.
Okay. Tom, is that, Tom, getting back to you, is that near Los Angeles at all?
If I remember correctly, it's just east of Los Angeles, just north of Ontario, off the 15.
Okay. Well, that's quite a run for you. I take it you came all the way from Canada on this run?
Yeah, we picked this up in Windsor, Ontario. Well, we do that regularly. It takes us 2 days. I mean, that's a normal run for us, Frank.
Oh, are you on like a dedicated run?
Well, we're dedicated long haul. It could be like our last load went to Tulsa, Arizona, and then we picked up in Nogales, Arizona, and went back. But then before that, we went to Florida. But we run wild all over everywhere. It most of our runs are California because that's where most of the product comes from, either California or Arizona. Once in a while, we'll take a load up to Oregon or Washington and then usually run empty down to California to pick up produce again. V90 chair.
Well, I'm glad that you're back on the road again. I know that was a rough summer for you, so I'm really glad to see that you're back at it.
N8LN.
Yeah, you don't have any idea, Frank, what thoughts crossed my mind this summer. It would scare you. But I didn't want to come back out the highway on the long haul. I was hoping for something more local. But as far as the companies where the wife was working, as far as I'm concerned, I'm classed as unfit. So they just didn't want to hire me because of my leg. So they were looking for me out.
Okay, I think I heard Terry key up, N8LN, and I think he was trouting for you earlier today. I don't know if you've heard from him, but Terry, if you wanted to pop in there and say hi to Tom or me or anyone else, please jump in. This is K9WLW.
K4USA. Hey, Tom.
KA4USA.
Well, I guess I'll wait for the other Frank.
N.
K4USA. Tom, did you, the other night when, was it wire disconnected at the battery? What was the problem?
It was two, at the battery and at the regulator. I had to redo that, but it's fine now. Go ahead, Terry. V90 chair.
K9WLW, hello. Just hi, Frank. And Tom, I wanted to let you know your ID51 control head is fixed. It's all set. Looks good.
Well, you know, we'll pick it either on the way back or on the next trip out. Either or. It's been, like, late at night, I won't wake you up. I won't bother you. I felt bad about holding you up last night that long. I had a nice little surprise, though, Terry, when I got up this morning.
And what was that?
N8LN.
Nice big puddle of coolant under the truck, all the way out from under the truck to out past the spare tire. I had to put the cover holes on and crawl under the truck this morning.
Oh, that's not what you wanted to see. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it was easily corrected. Obviously, you're on the road, so you must be okay. Also, want to let you know, in addition to the digitizer, the LCD screen was also cracked, damaged. So both of them got replaced.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll pick it up either on the way back or on the way out the next trip, either or, depending on what time a day we get through there. But, yeah, it was an easy fix. Just an 8mm socket and about a 1/16 of a turn on a clamp. That's all it took. Once I found it, traced it back to where it was coming from, and then I had to go get some coolant.
Sorry, I had to take a phone
All
call.
right, good for you. That's all I want to say. I'll let you guys back at it. 7-3 and 8LN. Travel safe.
Yeah, okay, Terry, and thanks. Right now we're sitting here cooking dinner. Wife's got a couple of steaks in here. I just bought an air fryer.
One of these days I got to get an air fryer. So anybody new to the channel, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. I'm monitoring Reflector 30 Charlie here.
Hey, Tom, I still didn't hear what you said about that cable It broke up or something. What'd you say?
Yeah, it was the connection that between the power line where I joined the power line coming up from the battery to the rig runner. That butt connector, it didn't have enough metal in it. It was just a little tiny, so there wasn't a good connection there. So I kind of stripped the wires and braided them together for now. And then yesterday, before we left, I picked up some better butt connectors. You folks call them butt connectors. We call them barrel connectors. But anyway, when I get time there, probably when I get to California, I'll redo it again and put the barrel connectors, the better ones. But yeah, it was right there at where it was joined. There, Frank, V9TJR. Did you give me that time, Frank?
VE9TJR. K4BJW.
Anyway, back to the other Frank, K9WLW. You don't have any videos on the 7100, do you? V9TJR.
MI7ABU.
No, I don't have it. I don't own a 7100, so I've got nothing to video. I wouldn't mind playing with one. I just haven't bought one.
MI7ABU.
Yeah. Well, I had to put the 7100 in the truck because my 5100 was in the hospital.
Yeah, I kind of gather that when Terry gave you a status report. I thought, oh, you had a display issue, but sounds like Dr. Terry got you patched up.
Yeah, it was my own fault, my own stupidity. When we unpacked the truck in June, I didn't have the box in here. I left the box at home. So I just put it in a bag, one of them shopper's bags. The radio and the control head and all the wire and everything. What I should have done, and I didn't do, was when I got home, I should have put it in its original box. I did. I put the bag up on the shelf in the garage, and something fell off of one of the upper shelves and landed right on the control head display. So, lesson learned. V9TJR.
Well, it's a good thing that was fixable. I've heard of situations where people had no option but to replace the entire head unit. So I'm glad that's up and running. And when you get a chance, I imagine you'll hopefully pick that up one of these days and be back in operation. Do you prefer that radio in the truck to the 7100, or are you going to run the 7100 more?
There's some features I like about the 7100. I'm going to leave the 7100 in the truck, but it's going to be dedicated for HF. And I'm going to, because it's only single display.
Let's let these folks
I'm going to
talk
put the
here.
5100 back in. It'll be DStar and Simplex. And I'm going to take the GPS off of the 5100, and I'm going to put the 710 in the truck
And it's going to be dedicated for just APRS. V9TKR.
$710. Oh, is that a Kenwood that you're talking about? The 710?
Myself. See, I came with I had in the truck before. But, I took out because there was no activity on the repeaters at all. But I'll put it back in. I don't have to have the display up here in the cab or anything, or in my view or anything. I can put the control head to that over on the right hand side out of the way somewhere. So it's just going to be dedicated to just APRS, and I'll have the 7100 dedicated for HF, and the 5100 be dedicated for one side for DStar and the other side for Simplex. Because I got the D74, and I'm going to find it handy for when we're backing into really tight places, really hard areas.
So should I stay on reflector 30, Charlie, or go to another reflector, try to make some contacts? I'll leave it up to you guys in the chat.
7400. Just put it on Simplex, and she can talk to me. Tell me if I'm getting close to a wall or rail or step or something, especially when you're backing into tight places in the dark. Back to the E9TKR.
That is not a bad idea. I like that idea.
And I can also use it, the crossbow, which I'll probably have to look at one of your videos, crossbow it from the 74 to the 5100 when I'm away from the truck or something like that. I'm outside, sitting outside, I want to listen to what's going on.
I've not done that. I've seen an occasional video. And with the 5100, you would put it in FM on both sides. Let's see, you would put the UHF side to the hotspot frequency, but put it in FM mode, analog. And then you would take a UHF channel of your choosing on the other side, or I'm sorry, a VHF channel of your choosing to broadcast. Broadcast in FM, but here's the kicker.
So I wanted to check my local rag-chew frequency there, 144 upper sideband. 144.250 upper sideband.
Or of the in and out on the 5100, you can pass a DStar signal through it inside the envelope of the FM signal. So if you have the D74 listening to that 2-meter frequency that's being rebroadcast, and switch it to digital voice mode, you should be able to decode the DStar audio and call signs and whatnot.
Yeah, Lou up there in California, Northern California, he does it with the 74. He's got the 5100 at the house, and then he goes for walks with his D74. And I'm not sure how he does it, but he can be quite away from the house, and he can still talk on DStar. He's usually checks in. He used to. I haven't heard him for quite a while now. I wonder if he's okay. But he used to do that quite often. I can't remember his call sign. I know he lives up in the northern part of California, up the High Sierras, with E9TKR.
Yeah, I saw somebody demonstrating that on YouTube somewhere, and I thought, that's interesting, because I wouldn't have thought of that, because I figured you don't have cross mode, or cross banding, they call it, in the digital voice modes. but you do have it in the FM mode. But what I didn't know, and I found it fascinating, was that you can actually use the FM mode to monitor the hotspot. It'll rebroadcast that digital noise out the other side of the radio on FM. And if you're listening to it with the handle in digital voice, it will decode it. So it's like it passes through the envelope of the FM signal.
I thought I heard that worked.
Yeah, I thought he had his 5100 at the house on DStar. On UHF. And the T-74 on VHF. In Crossbow. So, somehow. I thought he did it that way. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to read up and figure out how to do it. But I'll worry about that when I get the 5100 back in the truck. But, yeah, a lot of times we're sitting out in California, and we got the table set up, the barbecue set up, and the chairs. And then I can have the D-74 with me, and I can listen. And, if I got something to say, I can talk on the D-74. But the main option is, like I said, for on Simplex, when we're backing into tight places in the dark. I can do it. I do it all the time, but it just makes it a whole lot easier. It's hard to see someone's hand back there when they're waving at you to, back up, or go ahead, or stop. Sometimes it's
Hello, everybody watching on live on YouTube. This is Greg, K6EGG. We're listening to Reflector 30 Charlie. It's like we finally got a vote to see what reflector we should move to. Anybody new to the channel, please don't forget to
I got some projects I've just moving into.
Hit that subscribe button down below.
And I've got a mountain of boxes to
I come on about 2 or 3 days a week, depending on my schedule. Listen to Frank right there. He's out in just south of Tampa, Florida, I believe, and we got a Canadian station up there as well.
To be completely done with that, and then next week I'm going to be traveling to Indianapolis. And I won't be back until next Sunday, but I did want to
Hey, Andy,
say
how's
hi
it going, man?
you.
You're everywhere today.
Since I talked to you, and
it's getting late over there, too.
Sorry, I've been kind of tied up lately. But
I saw you in the chat in the Ham Radio Clubhouse, too. Those guys are pretty funny. I enjoy watching them every Tuesday there.
Yeah, okay. Well, did you get moved? And I was just wondering about that. And how's the other training part go? Haven't got any yet.
I've got quite a few projects here that I got to get done before I'm ready to start training. I may hold off on that until January, with the holidays coming up. Again, I'm not in a huge rush. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to be able to reasonably enjoy a few months off before starting a new career. Again, I've worked virtually every week of my life since I was in my early 20s, and I got a nice severance package to tide me through the winter and beyond. So, but I definitely want to get cracking on that by the first of the year. So I'm thinking I'll do that probably in January.
Well, I understand. I don't blame you a bit. If there's anything I can do to help as far as advice, I know it's 2 different countries. I don't know what the training programs or government assistance or anything like that is on it down here. But if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to reach out. If I can, I can't. But I'll certainly try. So, and yeah, I don't blame you a bit. I'm supposed to go home the end of this month for another checkup, but if I go home the end of this month, it means I'm probably going to end up running over Christmas. And not that it makes a big deal, but
because it's just away from me. I doubt we'll see the grandkids, but that's almost 100% positive. But I don't want to, if I run over Christmas, I want that to be my choice stuff. Not because I went home there this month. So I think I'm going to put off going for my checkup till middle of December. Then I'll take the time off for the United TJR.
Well, I hope that goes okay. Again, I understand you got a lot of things you got to juggle and all that, but I hope that doesn't.
My guess is Gabe probably did that.
Harm you by delaying the checkup.
That vote there.
I'd be kind of leery, but again, it's
K6EGG.
you know more about what you're dealing with than I do. I can only barely grasp what you've got on your plate. So, but anyway, whatever the case is, it may be, I'm hoping that goes well for you.
Well, if I could, I would. But I got some bills I got to catch up on, Frank. So a few things kept behind while I was off. So I'm concentrating on getting them caught up as quick as possible. For the United TJR.
Okay, Tom. Well, we'll talk to you again soon, and it's probably going to be a little light over the next week. I might be on in the evenings over the weekend, but then coming into next week, I'm going to be traveling, and I don't even think I'm going to take any radios with me because I got to fly to Indy, and then I got to drive down from Indy, and I'm going to be driving a 26-foot box truck with a trailer and a car on it from Indianapolis down to here. So that'll be a little fun. But anyway, yeah, because I think I'll be leaving Indy on Friday, and I'll be arriving here Saturday or probably on Sunday in Florida. And then we're going to be unloading some more stuff into the house and getting situated. So anyway, it's good to hear you, though. I'm glad you're doing okay, and I hope things go well for you on being back on the road and all, and certainly the follow-up medical, I hope it's going to be all right. So it's great hearing you again, Tom. And I'll say 73s, VE9TJR from K9WLW.
Yeah, okay, Frank. Well, the doctor knows about it. He didn't like it, but he understood. So he's expecting me December. So anyway. You take care, and it's good to hear you. K9WLW, V9TJR, Hobo.
K6EGG.
All right, I think I'm going to move over to Reflector 14 Charlie. Got one vote, but I'll do it.
This is K6EGG.
K6SWU. You're loud and clear on 3030. Good audio, good signal. The V9TJR.
Link to REF014 Charlie.
All right, anybody listening on YouTube right now, I am on Reflector 14 Charlie. So let's give a shout out. Let's give a say hello, and see if anybody is listening here. This is Greg, K6EGG, monitoring Reflector 14 Charlie here from Southern California. I'm also streaming on YouTube. If you type in my callers, K6EGG, into the search engine of YouTube. See if anybody's out there monitoring Reflector 14 Charlie. Not a one person coming back. It's probably everybody's getting ready for dinner here. So. All right. Well, nobody here on Reflector 14 Charlie. Let's connect over here.
Link to REF
Just take a listen here before I
1 Charlie. KN4ACC.
Right. Let's go for it. K6EGG, monitoring reflector 1 Charlie from Southern California, 40 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, and also on YouTube. If you type in my call letters to the search engine of YouTube, K6EGG. Anybody out there monitoring reflector 1 Charlie here this early evening?
K6EGG, K6 Echo Golf Golf. This is VK5 Kilo Juliet Golf, VK5 KJG. Very good morning from Australia to you. Very good evening.
Good morning there in Australia. It's about 10 till 5 here in Southern California. It feels kind of like a beautiful fall day here. How are you doing today? And how's Saturday treating you so far?
Yeah, K6EGG, VK5KJG. Yeah, a very good evening to you. Late afternoon. It's 20 past 10 here in the morning, and it's a very quiet morning. The girls are going out shopping, so I'm just updating some web pages for our club, the Wild Amateur Radio Club. And I heard you call. I thought, well, let's respond to that because you sound very nice. I got your picture from QRZ in front of me, which popped up, and yeah, nice looking shed. Very nice indeed. Mine's much more congested than that. Yeah, the handle here is John, Juliet Oscar Hotel November, and my location is in Whyalla, which is in South Australia, and it's on the east coast of the Eyre Peninsula, the pointy piece of land in the middle of the state of South Australia. Everything's fine here, a nice balmy spring morning, and hopefully everything's fine on your end as well. This is VK5KJG, returning K6EGG.
VK5KJG, yeah. First off, the picture on my QRZ page, that's actually not my ham shack, which I should probably change that. That's actually at my work, kind of like my office, so to speak. That's a audio console that I'm sitting in front of. Second off, I've actually been to South Australia. I spent about 3 weeks down in Australia touring around different areas of the country. And lovely. And actually, one of my favorite cities was Adelaide that I went to. We stayed right off of Rendell Street. And we spent one day going over to Kangaroo Island and toured around there. So I really enjoy that area of the world. I think if I recall right, in between driving from Adelaide to where we got on the ferry to Kangaroo Island, there was a bunch of wineries, and it looked very familiar to me. It seemed just like Northern California to me. So very similar weather in that area of your country as same as mine here in Southern California. It's great to hear you down there. Do you make it down in Adelaide at all?
Yeah, K6EGG, VK5KJG. Oh, excellent. You've been to Kangaroo Island? I haven't as yet. But one day I hope to. And yes, I used to live in Adelaide. And many, I'm not talking back in the late 60s, early 70s. I was an apprentice boilermaker. And when I got my papers, I left the trade, went driving taxis before I moved to Whyalla, which is about 250 k's northwest of Adelaide. The wineries, of course, my daughter is a wine buff. She regularly goes down to the Clare Valley, Barossa Valley. There's lots and lots of little boutique wineries as well. Condor springs to mind, and a lot of others. She would know more about them than what I would. But we have gone down there on wine trips every now and then. Bring back a truckload of wines, it seems. She drives a Jeep and a Wrangler, and when she goes down there, the back is filled with wine because she has a couple of favorite wineries that she likes to go to, and certainly I think South Australia does produce some very good wines. Much as the Californian was, we've got the right climate, haven't we? Back to you. I believe the name is correct. K6EGG, VK5KJG.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear. I really liked it down there. I wish we would have had a couple more days down there to kind of tour around the city of Adelaide. I think, if I recall right, also there was a main drag called Rendell Street. They had a bunch of little restaurants. I think we ate in an Italian place over there. So really enjoyed that area of the country. I actually liked it a little more than Sydney of all places. So just let you know also, I'm streaming on YouTube. If you type in my call letters into the search engine of YouTube, K6EGG, you can see my face. You can also see my radio screen as well. So it was really great making contact with you there, John. I think I heard you out here before, but I never actually got to talk to you. So I'm glad to actually talk to you. And once again, great area of the world you live in. And I hope to go down there at some point again and maybe share it with my daughter this time. We went down there, me and my wife went down there on our honeymoon. I think she'd probably get a kick out of going to Kangaroo Island. And yes, we actually saw kangaroos in the wild down in Kangaroo Island. We saw a couple red ones too. I think those are a little bit mean than the other smaller brown ones. So anyways, take care there, John. Once again, thanks for making contact with me. This is Greg, K6EGG for VK5KJG down there in South Australia.
Oh, many thanks, Greg. Many thanks. I've enjoyed the queue, so I'm glad you've been a visitor to our country, and I'm glad you're looking forward to perhaps going again. And good on you. Yes, and Adelaide's a much gentler city, I think, than Sydney. Sydney's too busy. I've been to Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, but I do like Adelaide myself as well. And I've been there for a number of visits. I've got other family down there, so I've always got a place to stay, which is great. All right, mate. Great talking to you. I hope to talk to you again in the future. I certainly do. And we'll wish you all the best. And we'll have a glass of wine tonight in your name. K6EGG, VK5KJG. A very good evening to you, and a very good morning from us here. 73, Greg.
That's my foot pedal there. Yeah, 73 is there, John. You take care and have a wonderful morning there. That was John down in South Australia. I actually, like I said to him, I toured. I wouldn't say toured. Me, and my wife went down to Australia for our honeymoon a couple months after we got married. Went down there in their summer in December. And went to Sydney, was in Sydney for like 5 or 6 days, Adelaide for 3 or 4 days, up to Cairns for 4 days, and then back down to Sydney we're down there for another 2 days. So we're about down there for almost 3 weeks, not including travel, which is another thing even from the west coast of the United States. It's a solid 15 and a half hour flight down there. That's a long haul. Luckily, I had some medication that I was able to take, and I slept through about 9 hours of the 15-hour flight down there, and probably most of the flight on the way home. So really enjoyed my time down there. I sincerely hope that I can bring my daughter down there and show around the countryside there, because it was absolutely beautiful in South Australia. Just like stuff I never thought I would see down there, and that city was added. We changed it from Melbourne to Adelaide, I wouldn't say last minute, but my wife decided because she wanted to go to Kangaroo Island. That was probably my favorite part of the trip. So once again, I hope to get down there and visit there again once all this COVID crap finally clears up here in the next couple of years. Yeah, Perth. I've never been to Perth. That's like on the opposite side of the country. I think it was like another 2-hour flight west from Adelaide, if I recall. And Adelaide's not exactly close to Sydney either, which I thought, 45-minute flight. No, it was like 2.5, 3-hour flight from Sydney. So it was a long, lot of traveling. I think we traveled, I don't know, like 25,000 miles in 3 weeks. So really enjoyed it. I'll have to check that out. So Frank, K6EGG, does that app available on Apple, which I'll probably look up right now? And for those of you watching right now, I'm on Reflector 1 Charlie. Sydney's just like reminds me a cross between, for those in the United States, a cross between Boston and San Diego. Best way I can describe it. People there are great down in Australia. Did not find a rude person down there, and everybody's like on one speed down there. So what's this thing called? IRCBB. Am I putting this thing in right? RCBB. Oh, sorry. DDB. Remote. All right. I'm downloading it. Right. Oh. Hopefully it's free, because I'm a cheapskate when it comes to some stuff. I am downloading it right now. We'll see my 5-year-old iPhone if it works. I could probably VPN into my house too and change the remote. So I need to find out the IP address, it looks like. How do I use this thing? .1 IPs is messed up. Gonna need some info on this thing. My cell is on the same Wi-Fi as my Pi-Star. Yes, it is. I got this problem right here. That's my home Wi-Fi. So if you guys watching on YouTube, I'm Frank enter the IP address, so I need to get my IP address for that, which I'll go here. And John, that was great making contact with you if you are watching. I think the IP address is 65. Going there. Settings. I think it's 5.6. Six 4. No, didn't connect. So is this where I put the IP address of my hotspot into the software here? I'm using the IDBB software there. For those of you watching, too small to read. Go a little closer. Good thing I have a 4K camera now. .168.1.64. Doesn't seem to want to work. Let me try this. Cancel. What is on here that says 5.6? This thing looks pretty nice. Well, that's unfortunate that it does not work. I'll have to mess with that later. So right now, if you are watching, I was just trying to get some new software on my phone that Frank K9WLW was suggested to me. For some reason, it's not working. I'm on my Wi-Fi, which is strange. So anybody watching, I'm on Reflector 1 Charlie. Jump in, say hi. Would love to hear from you. I might change reflectors here shortly. No, I'm gonna run it on iOS Apple. Let's go to Reflector 12. Back to 14 Charlie. Direct entry. I usually do it on my computer there. REF 014 Charlie. Beep. Beep. Go. There it goes.
Link to REF 014 Charlie.
No Android for me. I have an Apple. It'd be nice to have my iPad here. I can do it, and I can leave my computer going here. But let's take a listen to Reflector 14 Charlie. See if anybody's out there. just on reflector 1. This is Greg monitoring reflector 14 Charlie from Southern California, 40 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, and also streaming on YouTube. If you type in my call letters to the YouTube search engine, K6EGG.
K6 solid par. Can you hear me out there?
K6LFR, I have you loud and clear. This is Greg, K6EGG, and I'm also streaming on YouTube as well. Nice to hear from you. K6LFR, are you still out there? This is Greg, K6EGG. Those of you wondering, my colors were changing. I had light coming in from the outside, and now I have the lights from the inside that are not daylight lights. So that's why it looks different. So if anybody just tuning in, I'm on reflector 14 Charlie.
K6EGG from K9WLW.
Hey Frank, I got you in there. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Let me turn the volume down on the video so I get rid of the latency. Oops, wrong button. There we go. I feel like I'm calling into one of those radio station talk shows.
Frank, third time caller from just outside Tampa, Florida. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry that our ARC-DDB remote was not functioning. Again, you might want to play with that and see if you can get it to sync up to the Pi-Star. It's the way it's supposed to work is as long as you have the right IP address, the same IP address that the Pi-Star shows up on, you know, the 192.168 whatever that you have on your Pi-Star dashboard. It's supposed to sync up to it, and then when you can literally tap your way, and it'll actually push your hotspot to reflectors. You can even link yourself to remote DStar repeaters on it if it's working properly. I have it on Android, on both my Android tablet and on my phone, and it works beautifully for me. In fact, I don't even kerchunk the radio hardly. I just tap to. It has a menu where you can select reflectors, or you can randomly freeform and type in like call signs and modules of repeaters and hit a little arrow, and it just links right in.
Copy that. I have it up on the screen. I don't know what the deal is. I have the right IP address. I have the Pi-Star sitting right in front of me. I typed in I think it's 192.168.1.64, and I see that in my settings correctly. So I may have to figure out something else. Should the server port be 10022?
Let me check on that. For some reason, I'm getting a really bad feed on your page. The video quality. I'm trying to get to higher quality, and all I can get is 144p. on your YouTube feed? Let me grab my 10-inch tablet and see if I get a better quality picture on that. I don't know why the cell phone's giving me only 144p.
K9WLW.
It's weird. I got a confidence monitor here, and it seems to be okay on my side.
Yeah, I got to go back to my bedroom. I've been charging the tablet. It's fully charged. I usually charge my phone and tablets on the nightstand.
Copy that. There's a couple of people in the chat. At least one person has 1080p, and looks like another person has 720p. So it might be some settings or something on your side. Oops, I got my cell phone going too here too. And anybody new to the channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you can.
On Wi-Fi, I can get the higher quality on the cell, but it defaults to nothing better than 480p when I'm on the cell network, and that's by design of the package I have on the network.
I forget what it's called, but do you have it so each device is limited to whatever bandwidth it gets or whatever?
Well, there's a menu option on YouTube to select a higher quality picture, and then it warns you that it will use more data. But again, I'm on home Wi-Fi, so of that I don't care. But 144p, are you kidding me? That's worse than a 1947 television set.
Hey, well, at least it's maybe color.
All right, I got the tablet here. Let me power it up.
K9WLW.
I can read my call sign and your screen, but when you're doing finer stuff like showing the display of the cell phone in the camera, it was like, man, that's all blurry. I feel like an old man with cataracts. And again, it isn't your fault.
Copy, understood. Trying to do the best quality. I think I can actually upload it live 4K, but there'll be more of a delay. And my 9-year-old iMac probably won't be able to physically push the signal. I'm barely doing 1080p at 60 frames. So anybody watching that has DStar capabilities, I am currently talking on Reflector 14 Charlie. Just going to boost that microphone gain so I don't have to get right on the mic. I'm on a Reflector 14 Charlie. I believe there's a bunch of Northern California repeaters, or at least one or two of them. Don't quote me. That's tied to this current reflector, and I think it's based though in Las Vegas. So jump in here, say hi. Would love to hear from you. Got quiet all of a sudden.
Okay, I'm getting a 1080p on you on the tablet, so the tablet's much better.
Welcome to 2020. Welcome to 2020. I just got my doorbell just rang, so I got to go double check that. I'll be right back. K6EGG.
K9WLW standing by.
K9WLW.
Anybody here on this 114 Charlie? This is HR5 Bravo Delta.
HL5 Bravo Delta. This is K9WLW.
K9WLW. This is HR5 BBD. Good evening. Thanks for your call. It's nice to meet you. So I was watching YouTube, Greg's YouTube, and it looks like he's a video for a time. I can hear you very well. Our name here is Ivan. India, Victor, Alpha, November. Ivan, his name, and QDH is Ulsan, located in the southeast corner of Korea. It's about 250 miles southeast of Seoul. Back to you, K9WLW. This is HR5 BBD.
Well, Ivan, it's good to hear you again. It's been a long time since I've spoken to you directly, but I will tell you this. You do not need to introduce yourself to me. You are a celebrity in DStar circles here in the United States. Everybody knows HL5BBD in the USA.
Francis, I'm not celebrity. I'm just enjoying the DStar. Hi. Nice to meet you again. Yeah, I thought your course I was very familiar, so we spoke. I thought we spoken before, but I couldn't remember your name. I just opened your page of QRJ.com and got your name, Francis. Nice to meet you again. So how is the weather in Tampa, Florida? Here the weather is so nice. Blue sky looks beautiful. Actually, we have many rainy days this year. Now until last week we have a lot of rainy day, and the temperature is very warm. But suddenly from 5 days ago, temperature drops sharply, and early morning, it's so 2 to 3 degrees in the morning, and it get up to 15 to 14 degrees in the afternoon. Big difference. And actually, it's autumn season here, but I don't know why we have this many rainy days. It's really unusual. Anyway, nice to meet you again. K9WLW, this is HR5BBD.
Well, Ivan, it is currently, let's see, I got to check the time here, 8:24 p.m., so the sun has been down about an hour and a half. Right now it's going down about 7 p.m. local time. It's almost 8:30 now. And the temperature in Celsius is 24 degrees. Our nighttime low is projected to dip down to 19. And that's after hitting a high of 31 today during the afternoon. So 31 for a high, 19 for an overnight low, partly cloudy. Beautiful, beautiful warm day. Still wearing shorts, sandals, warm enough to even go for a swim.
Okay, Francis. Oh, yeah. You have very fine day there, and 31 degrees. Yeah, it's still hot. Actually, until last week, our temperature got up to 27, 28 degrees. You know, very warm. We enjoyed very warm weather. But suddenly, temperature dropped to 1 degree. You know, looks like we are skipping the autumn and go to winter directly high. It's really unusual. These days, so many unusual weather conditions also all over the nations. I know there are many countries also experience such unusual weather. I heard. Okay, here at 9:26 a.m. For Saturday morning. My wife and I will go to the market today, and not the big plan, but just go to market, go shopping, and have lunch outside. That's the routine, our routine in the weekend. Because of coronavirus, we couldn't go anywhere, just to stay at home. Most of the time we spend at home, and during the weekend we go to the seaside or beach, seaside, or go shopping. That's the thing we do these days. I got the second vaccine also 2 months ago, and waiting for third shot, booster shot. I heard, and I'm considering to visit United States next year if the condition is okay. I heard the border was open between Canada and the United States. So many people can visit each country by car, I heard, without self-quarantine. Here in Korea, situation is not good. We still have 1,000 cases every day, but the government decided to ease the restriction and social distance rule from next month. Because we cannot stop. We cannot close everything for good. The economy is too bad. So from now on, I think we have to live with coronavirus together. K9WLW, this is HR5BBD.
This coronavirus has been a real humdinger, as they say here. I really wish this had not happened to the world. And it's created a lot of problems, not only for those that have gotten sick or passed away, but even for those that are living and trying to make a living. Jobs have been lost. It's just been a big, big tragedy. I never would have imagined something like this happening in my lifetime, but I hope that this does go away soon, and it is something that we'll just remember in the past and be back to some level of normalcy. So, again, international travel has suffered, and unfortunately, it's just been a bad deal all around the world. I believe New Zealand was, for the longest time, almost no cases because they shut down the country completely from outsiders, and eventually, in recent months, I guess they finally got a few people that had traveled there or something, and they brought in some cases, and it started to spread there like wildfire, so to speak. So I haven't heard the latest, but it was only a few weeks ago New Zealand was having problems, and they've been kind of COVID-free for the longest time, and it's finally caught up to them even.
Yeah, Frank, thank you very much for the information. Yeah, it was too long. Everybody get tired. Yeah, I also hope so. The situation would end soon and come back to normal life. Yeah, here in Korea, you still have a business curfew in the evening. All restaurant, bar, club should close by 10 p.m. But it will be eased up to midnight from next month. Even though we opened that often, but there's not many customers. That's the problem. Okay, actually, I had many plans to do after I retired, but because of coronavirus, everything gone vain. I spent most of the time at home, but instead I'm teaching people through the Zoom. I'm now teaching the people about smartphone. It's one of a government project. There are many functions in the smartphone, but few people know that. So government wants people to teach how to use the smartphone smartly. So I'm teaching people through the Zoom, because of coronavirus, we cannot open class in the public area, in the classroom. So I'm teaching people about smartphone on Zoom, from every Monday to Friday in the morning time. I'm teaching people. And I also teaching local amateur radio friend about the DStar mode of ham radio. They are very happy to know that, because in case of DStar mode, they have to study, but if they don't have much knowledge, it's not easy to follow. So I'm teaching how to operate the DStar mode, DMR, DStar, C4FM, as much as I know I can. Okay, thank you very much. I'll say seriously, Frank, and you have a wonderful evening, and hope to meet you again. K9WLW, I hope you stay safe and stay well. This is HR5BBD.
Okay, Ivan. Well, it was a pleasure to hear you on the reflector, and I don't think I've ever talked to you on 14 Charlie. I've always heard you on either 1 Charlie or 30, and there's always so many people on those reflectors, so it's good to QSO with you here, and I look forward to hearing from you again. And I've heard your voice on DMR. I don't know that I've heard you on Fusion. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I can't remember, but I know I've heard you on DMR Talk Group 91, and I've heard you most often on DStar, because I spend more time on DStar than anywhere else. But it was great hearing from you, and I hope you're doing well. And I'll say 73s, and 73s from the land of Mickey Mouse, about 40 miles outside of Walt Disney World, here in Zephyr Hills, Florida.
Okay, Frank. Yeah, I also use a fusion system. I'm a personal user of a fusion system in South Korea. I started 7 years ago. But recently, I found PDN node. First, so I can, without the HRI 200, I can access the C4FM fusion directly from my radio. I connected my radio to computer directly and access the several rooms. In case of American Ink, it's a combined with analog system. So now I can only access the digital node only. So I cannot access the American room. But I visited many other room which is operated by DStar mode only. So I hope to meet you again on CPFM if you are available someday. And also I also do DMR. Recently I started the TV switch. Mostly I use a radio for the DStar mode. I have 11 DStar radio, but recently I started to use the TV switch. And I have several devices here. I can access DStar, DMR, CPFM without the radio, just using smartphone or the network radio, Okay, thank you very much, Frank. You have a wonderful evening, and I'll catch you again. Always pleasure talking with you. K9WLW, this is HR5DVD 73. Bye-bye.
73, Ivan. Stay safe. K9WLW clear and monitoring.
Hi, all. Sorry about that. Had to deal with some stuff here. Had a package get sent to me, and of course, I had to open it up and try to put it together. And I slammed down some dinner right quick. I just had some salad. All right, so right now I'm monitoring reflector 14 Charlie. Not too much activity on here. I left Frank out here to pasture, unfortunately. Let's see if he's still there. K9WLW, K6EGG. Still monitoring this one? So hopefully he might still be there. But, when you get a package there in the mail and you're like, I want to mess with it and yada, yada, yada. Anyways, it's actually something for work. Little project I'm working on. Actually, I might make a quick little YouTube video on it. But we'll see. We'll see on time. So let's go over to reflector. There we go.
K9WLW.
Okay, sorry, I was testing something while you were away. Actually, oops, let me turn the volume down.
Yeah, you want to turn the volume down.
That radio station call-in effect here. All right, there we go. While you were gone, there was actually almost the whole time you were gone, I had a QSO with HL5BBD, the world-renowned Ivan. I think you've probably spoken to him before. He he introduced himself to me like he needed to, and I said, Ivan, you need not introduce yourself. You are world-renowned in the DStar world. Everyone in DStar in the United States knows Ivan.
Yeah, I actually talked to Ivan for the first time last week. He actually worked down the street from my house about 15 years ago, so we had a little bit of connection that way. And he actually watches the channel as well. I'm kind of bummed I missed him.
Yeah, you missed him by maybe 2-3 minutes, and we filled up almost the entire time that you were away. In fact, after he disappeared, I was trying to conduct a test. I figured, well, since I have your radio on a live feed, I thought, let me see if I can call sign route and still come through your radio, but I was unsuccessful.
I actually think I have to set that up through my hotspot to do that correctly. If I think that's what I need to do. I need to select that as a source, if I'm correct.
It is a setting in the DStar configuration on the DStar configuration or the configuration page. There's a call sign routing on-off switch, if I remember correctly. I've always had mine on since the first time I've seen the switch appear. I've experimented with it, and it works with Pi-Star hotspots. Open spots can't do it, but Pi-Star hotspots do it well. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, in the bottom two lines, you've got call sign routing, and then, oh, you're not, okay, good, you have the use D plus for XRF turned off. Good man. Yeah, I don't like that switch because a lot of people think, oh, I need to turn that on. But I like to use D extra for XRF. Instead of D plus is the protocol we use on the REF reflectors and on most of the repeaters, but when you go to XRF reflectors on the admin page, it'll say the protocol is D extra. And if you're on a DCS or an XLX reflector, the protocol is called DCS.
Okay, copy that. If you want to try that, I can apply this change. I'll drop off DStar for a few minutes while this thing reboots, and I'll jump back on Reflector 30 Charlie. Do you want to give that a try?
We might want to try it before you go back to 30, because here's the problem. If somebody call sign routes to you, they're connecting to you on a one-way channel blind, and they can't really see what you're hearing.
I'm sorry, back on 14 Charlie where we are right now.
Okay, yeah, that would probably work, yeah. Yeah, like if you're hearing traffic at the time I make the call, it's not going to come through. It's going to get blocked by the existing traffic on the reflector. Technically, if you're unlinked from all reflectors and I'm unlinked from all reflectors, call sign routing back and forth between hotspots can be done.
Okay, copy that. Give me a few minutes to make the change. I'll stay on YouTube, obviously. Maybe everybody can follow along. I'm going to go ahead and make this change give me a second there, Frank. This is Greg, K6EGG, also on YouTube. If you type in my call letters, K6EGG, you can watch me make a change to my current settings on my Pi-Star. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I am staying on YouTube right now. I'm going to let this thing reboot. So what we're going to try right here, we're going to try to do a call sign routing. Basically, whatever I was on what reflector I was on last, it will call route directly to me. So we'll see if this thing works. Looks like it's just rebooting right now. Give it a minute or two. I'll go back to reflector 14 Charlie. And hopefully, maybe we get this thing to work. If I recall right, I was reading somewhere, but I'm not 100% sure. that I need to open up a port on my router. So I don't know. We'll see if this thing works. I hope it does. So it gives me an opportunity to chat in the chat, or chat to people in the chat. So anybody new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Also, I would love to hear from you. Anybody new or anybody that been watching over the last couple weeks, jump in, say hi in the chat. Looks like we just saw John. Love to hear from him. I saw him out there a couple days ago. So this is Greg, K6EGG, live on YouTube. And hopefully soon to be Reflector Charlie.
Well, it's a matter of trial and error.
So I need to... Okay, so I'm back on.
Already with this one here.
Let me go to Reflector 14 Charlie. REF. We go here.
That's just a matter of putting a sheet of aluminum foil at the bottom of it. But on the bottom tray.
Link to REF014 Charlie.
W9WLW. This is Greg, K6EGG. I am back.
K9WLW.
Okay, K9WLW. I'm checking to see if I'm back in. Okay, made it back to the reflector. So I'd accidentally unlinked. I heard you shout at me in the video, and I wasn't able to get back to you on the radio right away.
Copy. Go ahead. You're in there. Want to try the call routing?
Yeah, I'm going to load your call sign, K6EGG, in my 2 field, and I'm going to key up and see if I come through. I'm going to do a couple of chunks to see if it activates the call sign route or not. It may or may not work, but it's worth a stab.
It is absolutely worth a stab. So we're patiently waiting to see if Frank the calls.
Okay, I tried the call sign route a couple of times and it did not come through.
That is unfortunate.
Do you by chance know if you have the status known as UPnP set up on your Wi-Fi router?
I'm very familiar with the port forwarding stuff. I don't think I have it set up for that IP address.
Well, supposedly the UPnP is sort of the, hey, we'll allow port forwarding anytime you need, whenever it's tried. So it's kind of port forwarding to any and all ports requested mode. But there's also a way to individually set up the appropriate DStar forwarding ports. I found on a website what they were. Now, I use UPnP, so I don't normally have to do it. But I'm also at a new location. Again, I just moved into this house literally in the last day or couple of days. And I'm finally on the air. I think it was my second night on the air here. Maybe my third. I'm losing count. And I haven't tested all those features that worked really well for me when I was in Tampa.
Yeah, I think I have to add, the way I have my router set up, I got to add that individually per IP address. I have a lot of security on my routers, so for that, I definitely would have to open up each port for each IP address within my network appropriately per whatever I wanted to use it for.
Yeah, I found a website at K6JM.com. It says if you like to link into XRF. Okay. Yeah, there's for D+, you use UDP port 20001. For D Extra, you use UDP port 3001. For DCS port forwarding, you use UDP 30051, and then for something that's called G2 routing, it says the UDP number is 40,000 for call sign and repeater routing.
I actually have 40,000 opened up. Let me change IP addresses for it, which I'm on, let me see, port 464. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. 192.168.1.64 here. Stand by. And it's the UDP, correct?
Yeah, all the DStar related port forwards are UDPs.
Hopefully my router doesn't reset when I do this. So if I lose you, I'll be right back. And if I lose the stream, I'll be right back. Sorry, K6EGG. My router is going away. Am I still here?
Okay, I'm still getting your feed on the YouTube.
Looks like it didn't go away all the way. No, it looks like I'm still here. So it didn't restart. That's good. So now I have 40,000 and UDP on the same port my DStar hotspot's on. So maybe it will come through. Try it again.
Okay, let me reconfigure the radio and I'll give it a go. K9WLW attempting call sign route. K9WLW testing 1 2 3.
Yep, that worked. I got you there.
Okay, and I am not coming out over the reflector, even though I'm linked to 14 Charlie. Anyone that's listening to the reflector is not hearing my traffic, as my 2 field has K6EGG instead of use reflector, so it's blocking me from going onto the reflector, and it's routing me direct to your Pi Star hotspot. and you noticed that you got that little telephone ringing sound when it first came through. Now, the way you would answer this is there's a button on the radio. I think it's called RX Aero CS. I don't know if you have a button like that.
I don't see that. Oh yeah, I do. RxCS, yes.
Yeah, I think what that does is it loads your last heard call signs up, and then you can highlight the one that you want to load in the to field, and it replaces that CQCQCQ's reflector. Oh, wow. Yeah, there you go. And if you tap on my call sign, it'll put me in the to field.
K9WLW.
Let's give this a try. Do you got me here?
Sometimes... Sorry about that. I didn't think I got through. Sometimes it takes a couple kerchunks to get it to do the job. So, yeah, just do a couple kerchunks and then give it a transmission. Let's see if you make it back. I didn't hear you with the first time.
Yeah, that ringing in my ear is killing me wearing headsets. So try it again. You got me here?
Okay, yeah, you were loud and clear, just like we were on the reflector. And even though your hotspot's listening to 14 Charlie, since there's no traffic interrupting the hotspot, we're able to route through it and not come out over the reflector. So anyone that's monitoring 14 Charlie right now with the way our configured cannot hear us.
Cool deal. I'm going to go back over to the reflector side, so I don't want to lose anybody if they want to jump in here.
Okay, I'm back on the reflector.
K.
All right, I believe I'm back on the reflector. Thank you for that demonstration. Looks like I got it going the first shot.
Yes, I was impressed that it worked so quickly. I was thinking it would have a couple kinks in it, but I think we cracked it.
And I'm surprised my router didn't get have to go to a restart, which I'm pretty happy about.
I've normally not had to reboot it or have it power off or on when I've opened the ports. I'd never done that before, so I actually had Terry N8LN, and he actually walked me through it through TeamViewer once, so I became more familiar with the process.
Oh, excellent. Now you can show somebody this video in pretty quick how-to. Obviously, I had some of it already set up, but I'm glad it seems to work now. Now I can give that a try.
Well, there's actually a website where you can verify visually if your call sign route made it live. I'm trying to find it here. The website is... Hang on, I Googled the word QuadNet, QUADNET, no space. Yeah, and then it says QuadNet Array is the first website that comes up in a Google search, and there's a last heard option. And anybody that has a Raspberry Pi hotspot that has the port open for call sign routing normally shows up on this last heard. And they usually pop on at the very top the moment they unkey. and it'll show, yeah, there you go. And look at some of them are on these really bizarre reflectors, 520L. I don't know who that person is. There must be something going on 520 Lima.
Well, cool. I'm gonna put this into my my favorites here, so I can, if I see a bunch of activity on a reflector, I can go there and strike up some conversation because I know it's active.
Well, if you look further down that last herd list, in the very right-hand column, you see where it says K9WLWB, and then right below that K6EGGB. It's further down the list there. Keep going. There we go. It's in the very right column, far right-hand column. You'll see your call sign and mine. That column, yeah, go up a little bit. You'll see K9WLWB
I see it, yeah.
and K6EGGB. Yeah, those are the call sign routing transmissions from me to you and you to me. So when you do a couple chunks with the call sign route, you just look at the top of that list, because anyone who unkeys pops up on the top. And if they successfully made the call sign route to the party they're calling, it'll show the call sign of who they routed to successfully. If it is unsuccessful, that column will have a blank, like there's a couple of blanks on there. Those are people that didn't succeed in a call sign route.
I figured the DStar would be a little more active than what we have going on right now. It doesn't seem like there's too many hams on it right now.
Well, the problem with that last herd list, that's not going to have everybody on DStar. That's only people that have Pi-Star hotspots, that have the call sign routing port forwarding active. Now, if you were to regularly watch that particular last herd, anytime I'm on my Pi-Star, because I have the call sign routing option on 24/7, every time I'm on there, you'll see me on there. But if somebody does not have the call sign routing option activated and the port forwarding activated, they'll never show up on that last herd. They'll show up on the DStar users one.
Okay, cool. I understand that now.
And sometimes, and this is something I've been experimenting with, when you're able to do this, sometimes you can actually link to another Pi-Star with a link command. I'm going to do a real quick test to see if I can link to your Pi-Star, which is a little different than routing. So give me 1 second, I'll unkey and I'll try a quick link, and then if I'm not successful, I'll pop back here to 14 Charlie.
Copy, standing by. This is Greg, K6EGG on Reflector 14 Charlie, and also on YouTube. If you guys out there listening on the Reflector, you can type in my call letters to the search engine of YouTube, K6EGG.
Okay, I tried it. It's almost made it. I got linking to K6EGG, so it didn't say linked, L-I-N-K-E-D. So I think those other port forwardings come into play there. What it does is if you were to put in the two-field K9WLW space BL and then Kerchunk, the radio, it should link to mine.
That's basically what we'd be doing with the calling, though, right?
Well, it's actually a little different. Call sign routing is a one-way transmission channel that activates when you actually hit the transmit button with the appropriate call sign in the T field. But it's a one-way channel. So I have a one-way channel to you. You have a one-way channel to me, and no one else can interrupt that conversation. Nobody else can monitor that conversation because there's no way they can get in the middle of it. Now, if you successfully link to my hotspot, other stations out there could also simultaneously link to my hotspot, and we could literally have a roundtable conversation gathering on my hotspot.
So basically, like, it's your own little mini reflector, so to speak, using your DStar server as a through point.
Yes, oddly enough, and I did quite a bit of extensive experimentation with this. Number one, and this was my setup I had in Tampa, I'd actually port forwarded the IP address of my Raspberry Pi on my home internet in Tampa. I port forwarded it to the external IP address of my internet. And then if I tapped in the external IP address of my external internet when I was away from home or anywhere else, I could pull up my DStar dashboard anywhere in the world. Now, obviously, there's a risk to doing that because, the standard password is Raspberry. So I had to change the password. So anyone in the world could view my, what screen is it? The dashboard screen. And the dashboard screen doesn't have any features where you can actually do anything on it. It's a view-only kind of thing. But to pull up any other screens, you'd have to have what my DStar password was. But I obviously had that. So I could actually manipulate my DStar from afar. I could, turn modes on, turn modes off, link to reflector from the admin page, so on and so forth. And I tested linking from my mobile in the open spot to my DStar. And then I would link the DStar to like 30 Charlie or 1 Charlie. And I could actually kind of use my Raspberry Pi as a remote internet repeater.
Yeah, actually, I can get into my DStar remotely too. I have a VPN on my router, so I have open VPN set up, so I can do that. So I can actually print anything I can do in my normal home internet. I can do away.
Yeah, there's a ham in Adelaide, South Australia, who goes by the call sign of VK5BB. And he and I have done some hotspot to hotspot links and so forth, testing that. It's kind of cool when it works.
Excellent. I have to give that a try one of these days. I don't really feel like messing with my router too much. I know I'm going to have to open up some more ports, so I'm just going to stay kind of put with that right now. K6EGG.
Okay, well, I thought that was a pretty cool thing to test out. And again, I don't think I've had another station that's had a live feed that I can actually talk to and see the screens. So I thought, I might be able to do something here that's not been done before. So I figured, why not? So, but glad that I got that. I hope that IRC DDB remote situation gets sorted out, because it's really cool, because you can just tap your way from reflectors to repeaters to, it's super quick, and you can save your favorites, and you just tap the arrow, bingo, it links, it'll say link to like instantly.
So I don't know if you're still watching the YouTube stream. I'm like getting tired. Sorry, been on all day. See, technically I'm in my PyStar here, and I'm on my LTE. Oops. Hold on a second. You can see here, but I'm through my VPN. So I'm going through my Verizon tower or my Verizon service, but connecting through my VPN and connecting to my PyStar. So, but I'd be here anyways if I needed to get to it. Anyways, I'd be on my home Wi-Fi, but I can kind of accomplish the same thing you're doing there.
Yeah, that's obviously a more secure way of doing it than the way I did it. I was literally putting my Raspberry Pi on an external IP address that anyone in the world could pull up and look at. Now, again, it was password protected, but again, that was it. If somebody cracked the password, then they can go in, they can change the frequency, the call sign, do all kinds of goofiness on the configurations and whatever they wanted. But as long as they, and again, that's only one level of security. I wouldn't put that anywhere in the same category as a VPN like that. So I've never, is that VPN on your home service? Or, because I have VPN like on my cell phone.
I have VPN on my router, and I downloaded, I have to download the information, it's all secured, onto my phone through OpenVPN. I also, all my traffic is routed through trying to think of what the name of it, a DNS server. So it's all fairly pretty much secure. So whenever I go on a public Wi-Fi or a work Wi-Fi, I turn my VPN on. So all my traffic through either my cell phone or my laptops I use at work travel through my home internet just for security, so nobody can see the traffic.
Okay, is that by chance a subscription service? Because, for example, I have the Norton service on my cell phone, and that's something that I pay an annual thing for, and that's one of the features of it.
Does that Norton connect to your home router? Because this is, I don't connect to basically any other server. I mean, I do it through the DNS server, but I do have no IP service that I use for a DNS server, but I think it's like $1 a month. And it's basically just so I get a separate IP address. So when I connect to the Wi-Fi, it thinks I'm connecting to just to the DNS server. It doesn't give any information or IP addresses past that.
Okay, yeah, and I just do it on my cell phone. Again, I don't do anything fantastic on my home Wi-Fi. I don't do anything business related other than your normal consumer related stuff. But when I travel, a lot of times you're using public Wi-Fi, which is very risky, and that's where I think the VPN on the cell phone, it's actually a Norton app that you download and pay an annual fee for, and you can turn on VPN on and off, but it's simply to protect your phone from being supposedly monitored or hacked from people that are on that same public Wi-Fi kind of thing. Like if I go to a hotel, I mean, even though that's not technically a public Wi-Fi, it kind of is, because they pass out the password to everybody that walks through the place.
Yeah, that's exactly why I have it, because it basically does the same thing, but for free, and I have access to everything in my house. I have a music server in my house. Also, I don't know if I want to say this on YouTube, but my phone thinks that I'm in my home Wi-Fi, so I'm able to connect to Spectrum and stream whatever I want. Also, if my wife is having trouble with a printer, I can print stuff from my computer 3,000 miles away to my wife at home. So So a lot of added little features, and it does exactly what the VPN you described, but but I'm like inside my house Wi-Fi, or inside my house network, I should say. It has all the same protection. So the local IP Wi-Fi that I'm on, all it sees is the DNS IP address, and that's it. It doesn't see where, what sites I'm going to, what I'm downloading, anything like that. So it's pretty secure. Although I have, when I connect to work Wi-Fi, I get a couple people asking me. They sometimes either shut down my my MAC address so I can't do any traffic outside the network, or they'll try to figure out who I am and ask me why I'm doing it, and sometimes block the. If they can't shut down my MAC address, they'll block the port for that I'm using to exit their internet.
Huh. I'm going to have to learn more about that. Again, that's more internet knowledge type stuff. Again, I kind of dabble in some of that, but I'm certainly no master of any of it. And what I've learned with the Raspberry Pi and the OpenSpot platform, I use what I call the Fred Flintstone method of learning. I start banging buttons until it works. This is with more kind of IP type stuff. Pretty much all the newer Netgear routers have it. I know a lot of the Cisco routers have it. The professional ones have it. I learned a lot at work because 90% of our gear is now IP based, and it's like web GUI type stuff we have to use. So we use similar stuff at work to communicate with. I know I have some friends that work in my business that are able to pretty much connect any piece of gear on a certain TV network through his cell phone, just the same way I'm doing it through the VPN service. So it's very user friendly. It's actually not that hard to set up. It sounds a little more complex than it is. I'm just extending my my home network to wherever I'm physically at and whatever internet I'm hooked to. So it's pretty good in the sense that, my wife calls me and she said, "Oh, the internet's down," or my computer's not connecting. I can reset the router. I can, make some changes or whatever. The printer's not working. It fell off the network. I can reset that IP address or anything like that. So it's kind of user friendly in that aspect. And it for me, the security is more than important than anything.
Hopefully, we'll get back to some radio here. I'm going to probably cruise around the band. Yeah, that does
sound like it might be worth having. And if it's that cheap, it's certainly an idea. I'll have to do some online research on that and kind of read up on it. I kind of learn by reading, and if I find a video demonstrating, that's my favorite. I love finding videos demonstrating. That's why I do so many videos demonstrating amateur radio stuff.
Good, I'm glad to hear.
Because once I learn it, I'm like, wow, a lot of guys would like to know how to do this. And now that I figured it out, why don't I make a video? And I do. So I have a number of videos that I do that sort of thing on.
Yeah, just look up Netgear VPN setup. I mean, it's fairly easy. You could probably have it up and running in about 15 minutes. That's what I'm using there. So, all right, man. All right, Frank. I'm gonna kind of cruise around the reflectors and see how many contacts I can make tonight. It was nice chatting with you, and thanks for helping me set up that call routing. And pass this video along if you want to show somebody at the point where we did all that, which was fairly easy. So once again, always great talking to you, Frank.
Okay, Greg. Well, I'm glad I could get that little feature working. And that's something you can turn on and off anytime you like. I leave mine on permanently, because I don't care who routes to me. If I don't have the radio on, I wouldn't know they tried, and if I do have the radio on, I'll generally answer them. So, but some people don't like getting calls in unexpected, so they turn that off. So it's really up to the individual user, the power to choose, I say. So 73s, Greg. It was good hearing you again tonight. And hopefully I'll talk to you again soon. K6EGG from K9WLW, just 40 miles outside of Disney World.
Excellent. Have a good evening. I might shoot over to Reflector 1 or Reflector 30 or one of my local reflectors through a repeater. Take care, man. Have a good one. This is great. K6EGG. All right, that was Frank. He helped me set up my
73s, K9WLW clear.
He just helped me set up my call routing through my hotspot there, which was pretty cool. It was fairly easy. I had probably half of it set up. I knew it was there. I just didn't know exactly how to use it. I know Bill N6UTD had mentioned it, but I was a little afraid to make any changes, especially when I was talking. So I didn't want to lose the connection, but luckily it was all fairly quick and painless. So I hope you guys learned something watching. Right now, I think I'm going to see if anybody local is out there, and then I'm going to hop on some reflectors here. So I moved over to 2-meter sideband, a 144-250. Let's see if any of the local guys are out here. We can chat real quick. I'd love to hear from them. This is Greg monitoring 144-250 upper sideband, K6EGG. Anybody out there?
Yeah, everybody left.
Oh, I already scared everybody away, huh?
You're just too late. Somebody else logged in.
Perfect.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Curtis.
Hey, J6. I'm wondering, when you run your amplifier on your 9700, do you have some kind of interface in between the radio and the amp?
Oh, boy.
That is a negative. I go directly in. Just take a little shorty, I think a 6-inch or whatever, 9-inch LMR 400 and directly in.
Okay, just kind of curious. Just in case I ever wanted to buy one, if I needed the interface, which I normally use one on my 7300 to my 811H, but I wasn't too sure if you needed one from the 9700 to an amp.
Yeah, but good luck.
You definitely do need the interface.
Why do you?
Because voltage can back up into the radio and destroy and damage it. They use a little lead relay in there, and Icom told me that, so did the guy that makes the boxes here, and he used to work for Icom for 13 years. You get a back voltage, which can happen very easily, and boom, boom, goes the radio.
From what I read online, or read onto the manual, it's not necessarily you have to have that set up. You do if you want to have it on sideband mode, I know that. But I have a sideband button on my amplifier, so I don't need that.
The problem is, since it's not hard-keyed, it's RF-keyed, even though your amplifier has the sideband switch. That's what I've got, TE Systems sideband switch. But every time you pause or in between words, it click, 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 click. It drives you nuts because they're RF-keyed. It's fine for FM, no problemo. But yeah, sideband, you're going to be listening to a lot of chatter. So that's why we were trying to figure out how to hardline key it. So when you key the mic, radio, you know, the amp keys, and you unkey the radio, the amp unkeys. But like mine's doing it right now. Every time I pause to take a breath, it click, 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 click. It'll drive you nuts. But you'll see what I mean.
No, I don't have that problem. I'm pausing right here and not not hearing the clicking. Mine has a delay on it. I think about a little more than a second.
Yeah, so does mine. But if I pause long enough, I see there it dropped. But the only other way around that is turn the mic gain up, so it kind of holds it open a little bit. But I guess it depends on the different amplifiers. Is yours a TE system?
Mine is a Mirage B320G, and actually I researched that just for that reason, and I was concerned about that. There's fault lights on there if I do have voltage or SWR problems.
I've got a 320G, and Noel's got one coming. But mine on that one, I use it strictly for FM, so I haven't tried it on sideband. But it may not be an issue, Noel. You may just run it, and you'll have enough delay or something audio to hold it open. So it may not even be an issue. Anyway, I was just looking at that big storm up, Fred, and you guys. That's supposed to be this Monday, a Category 5, one of the largest gully washers, in the rating system. So Sunday night into Monday could be a record-breaking storm, is what they're saying.
Real good, where it's probably going to hit you harder in the desert.
Well, it depends on how far south it comes, obviously, but it's definitely going to hammer the north. And, we could get quite a bit down here in the south. And then, if it does, we'll get some rain up here in the desert. But anyway, just thought I'd let you know I went to look that up because I saw it on my phone. And I just watched the video. If you go to Weather Underground, it's right there. You can click on it, and they're saying record-breaking storm to hit California. So, most people probably aren't even aware of it.
Yeah. Back to the amp. If you're RF team, you're not going to need to worry. But if you're going to hardline team, which is what I'm going to do, put an RCA jack in the back of the thing. That's when the problem can occur. In RF team, you're not going to need an additional device.
Well, he said he was RF keying it, and his isn't chattering, but maybe yours won't chatter. No, we'll have to try it.
Roger, roger.
But the problem, the guys who have the 9700s, there's no key line. You have to, they give you a 13.8 volt jack in the accessory plug on the back, the 8-pin jack. And you have to hook up your own little relay with a diode in line to prevent any backfeed, and then use the little relay to actually key the amplifier if you're going to use a hardline keyed system. But it's really screwy the way they did the 9700. There's absolutely no PTT to ground for an amplifier. You have to kind of make your own hokey setup.
Yeah, exactly. But I already bought the relay box. I bought the relay box from he said he shipped it, but he gave me a number, but he still hasn't provided me with the recon.
Tracking number. Okay. Well, either way, it may work just fine RF keyed. FM no problem, but sideband can get a little screwy.
Okay, we'll just have to see.
I've been using mine for the last 10 months, 11 months now, and I've had zero issues. My lights are dimming just from the power in here, but other than that, I've had zero issues, and I haven't heard any complaints on the RF side of things, and I've only faulted once, and it was because I had the amplifier. I had full power on my Icom 9700 feeding my amplifier, but the Mirage caught it and shut down the amplifier, and my radio noticed something weird and shut it down, so I couldn't transmit it. So I'm okay with the setup I have.
Yeah, that's good. So if you pause and don't say anything, you don't hear the amp drop out?
No. I don't. That time I did. Very rarely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you have the mic gain turned up a little bit, that's one way to take care of that. Like, see, if I pause. Oh yeah, the TE systems definitely drops out. Now there may be a potentiometer in there I can adjust to extend the delay time. I'd have to look at that, but so far it doesn't really bother me. As long as I'm talking, it puts out. If I go to take a breath, is about the only time it'll drop out. But okay, well, good. I think Mirage. I think that 200, that little 320G. I think that's a really nice little amplifier.
Yeah, and on FM it actually does more than 200 watts, a little less on sideband, and it pulls about 28 amps. We're running super full power. And by the way, what voltage are you thinking that's leaking back into the radio from the amplifier?
Read it right there on the manual. If you got your 9700 manual, it tells you right there that there's a possibility of damage unless you hook up that or make that little relay box or have somebody make you one. I believe, let me look, I believe it was, let me see here. Let me find the page.
Yeah, I've looked on EHAM about this, and I've never heard anybody say they had any issues running an amplifier, any voltage backfeeding anything. So this is the first I've heard of it.
Okay, it's on page 13-1. It says when the send terminal controls are inductive load, such as a relay, a counter, electromotive force can malfunction or damage the transceiver. To prevent this, we recommend adding a switching diode, such as a 1SS133, on the load side of the control circuit to absorb the counter electromotive force. When the diode is added, a relay, let's see, I lost my place. When a diode is added, a relay in relay switching may occur. Be sure to check its switching action before operating. And it says to connect to a non-Icom linear amplifier. And then they give you the little example below there of the relay, the diode, and the pin number 3 and pin number 7 of the accessory jack.
You know what, I'm thinking that if you have, like you said, if you have your microphone turned up pretty high, or if you're using compression like 3 or more, when you key down, there might be enough background noise in the shack where it's putting out enough RF so it doesn't shut off that relay, possibly.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're RF keyed, you're fine. But they're talking about if you want to use, like a hardline keying, where you key the radio and the amp keys, and then you unkey the radio and the amp unkeys. There's no worrying about the RF dropping out or whatnot. That's how most people. That's how Yaesu does it. When Noel called Icom, they kind of said, Noel says, well, the Yaesu has it, and 991 has its own key line. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But Icom doesn't do it on the 9700.
Yeah, I was thinking about when you're on sideband, because I know sometimes when I'm listening to my headphones and I key my microphone and I don't say anything, I got enough background noise in my shack where, it is putting out just a little bit of RF according to my watt meter. That might be enough RF to stop when you're in single sideband mode from the relay kicking off, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's doing. So yeah, you're okay, man. Maybe Noel will be okay and won't need a hard line. I like an amp to key when I key the mic. When I key the mic, I want the amp to key. I don't like RF keying. It's okay for FM. It's okay. Then you don't really need a hard key, but because the RF sensing, obviously, as soon as you key up FM, it has a carrier. So as soon as you unkey, the amp drops out. But it's only sideband that has the issue.
Yeah, and I noticed, Greg, when you keyed down and you weren't talking, I can hear a little bit of background coming into your microphone. I'm thinking that might be enough to put enough RF out of the 9700 to keep your linear key down while it's in single sideband mode. But I could be wrong. I'm just guessing.
That could be the case, and maybe that's probably why I don't have any issues. I can understand maybe if I'm running, 1,500 watts, I'd probably want a little extra protection. But I have had this amplifier shut off on me when something wasn't awry. So there is protection built into this radio and this amplifier. So I'm pretty confident with at least the setup I have. They might put that in there just for legal reasons if somebody blows up a radio and doesn't have something hooked up right too.
N6 RMS, calling past mobile. Am I making it? Yeah, you're pretty loud over here in the desert.
Yeah, you're making it over here.
Copy that. Good to hear you guys out here on sideband. I've been on the 15-second traffic here since 4:30. Driving me nuts about here, some traffic out here. Oh my God, what are you coming up the 15 or down? Coming up, 2TH is his ferry trying to get up there. Wow, I've run into bad traffic there. I've been stuck for hours once or twice. That's miserable. Oh yeah, I'm almost to the chicken coop now. Usually picks up after that. Usually, not always, but okay. Good luck in the mobile there. How long did it take you to get from the split up to the chicken coop? It's been a good 35 minutes. Oh God, that's normal. Okay, try getting stuck for like 4.5 hours. Oh, that's when it's no fun. Oh my God, 4.5 hours and you go about 15 miles. That once where people were getting out of their cars and sitting on the roofs of the vehicles, taking leaks on the side, and yeah, it was a parking lot situation. Yeah, welcome to California. Oh my God. All right, KK6FR, back to the listening. All right, sorry to bring up the queue, so just want to give a shot, see if this thing's making it. N6 RMS, I'll be on the side.
Romeo Mike Sierra is a movement squared.
Roger, roger.
Yeah, that's a good call. NO50L.
Nice to meet you. Handle here is Rudy.
Yeah, handle here is November Oscar Echo Lima.
All right, I might go back over to DStar here. We'll see here in a minute.
Anyhow, you're getting through okay from the 15th freeway. I haven't pointed more towards it, but I suppose I could.
And I'm running a little Kenwood CR751 Alpha, a 2-meter only rig, and I have a...
Every day, this time of day on sideband, this happens.
I hear the click when I unkey or when I stop talking as well. I know exactly what you guys are talking about. It drives me nuts.
All right, so those of you watching on YouTube, where should I go next? Should I go to 30 Charlie? Should I go... You see here, I'm in the wrong spot here.
Well, I am monitoring my son. He works in Walnut, lives up here in Apple Valley, and right now he's on the 10 freeway, about a mile from the 15. So I usually start talking to him about right now on Simplex FM. And yeah, today's Friday. It's the worst day for tracking up the hill, and I'm looking at the APRS FI map, and it's pretty solid red, so it's not a happy day.
Conditions on sideband tonight are not favorable. I see Bill in there on reflector 30.
Yeah, hello, Rudy. Kind of miss you guys down on 144-215. So, Frank, no, if you ever not find anybody on this frequency, usually about 3 o'clock onward, there's usually somebody on 144-215 single sideband.
Boy, conditions really went south on the sideband right now. I got something going on in my area.
I've been on that one. That's where Jack and a few of the guys hang out. I try to catch Jack there every once in a while. Yeah, that's right. Jack hangs out there. Okay, I think you doubled with Noel.
All right, so...
Okay, no problemo. Okay. Yeah, 144-215. Jack's not too far away, but that's about the only place he talks anymore is 2 meter sideband.
I'll come back to this one. Let's go back over to DStar for a few. The conditions went south pretty fast.
Anyway, just kind of confusing, but I know where it's at. I'm originally from the West Coast in the LA area, and
I'm sorry.
I did spend a
Is anybody watching tonight? I'm on reflector 30 right now. Might go
and it looks like from the map that you're south of wherever Holdenville or whatever is.
Let's go to reflector 1.
OKC.
Real quick.
Yes, sir. From Oklahoma City there, Bill, I'm south.
If you are interested in the second one too?
Roger that. And I'll pull up a Word document to write it down, though.
Get somebody in from Tel Aviv.
I will be waiting for you. KE5ES 4x4 light truck.
That's a cool call sign.
Okay, this is KE5ES. Go ahead. I am ready.
The second one is the old one, but has a lot of new features. It's called Echo Link. Echo Link. And if you want, I'll tell you the new feature that makes it very desirable. Back to you, Stephen.
So I'm on reflector.
Roger, I got the Echo Link on my
Charlie
phone
right now.
I haven't put it on the computer, but I got it on the phone. And I've talked a couple of times with it, but I haven't used it that much.
Okay, so let me tell you a few words about the new feature. There's a new feature that's called CQ. So if you click on the CQ, then it will scan all over the world people that wants to talk to you, and you don't have to do anything else and wait until somebody will come and talk to you. QSL, my friend Stephen?
Oh, okay. I'm sure I need to update this thing. So we're going to see how it works, that's for sure. And thank you so much.
Again, Stephen, you have to take the latest version of the Echolink, and you don't have to delete the other version, because when you go to the store and put the Echolink, it automatically will go on the top of the other, of the old Echolink. QSL, Stephen?
QSO. Yeah, I just mainly work on the radios, but if I don't have a radio signal or something nearby, I sure could use it, that's for sure.
Well, the nice thing about, I'll give you the third one too, but for example, the DStar, the Peanut. The Peanut works on DMR, DStars, and Fusion, all the three of them, and you don't have to change anything. Something that is very hard, once in a while, very hard to do when you are using a whatever you are using. So this is the second one. The same thing for recalling. Back to you there. Do you want to know about the third one for your Android phone? And this will be the last one. Back to you, K6EGG, Steven 4x4 light truck.
That's a cool call sign. I've never heard that.
4x4 LTS. Go ahead. I'm open for that one. Go ahead. I'll copy it down.
Okay, the last one is DroidStar. DroidStar.
I don't have a droid.
And it has, the beautiful about the DroidStar is beside DMR, DStars, and Fusion, there is other mode of operation for M radios that is used there that usually are not as popular, but they are very interesting. Like, for example, mode P25, mode M17s, or All-Link. QSL, Steven?
QSO, roger that. Hey, I really appreciate this. I totally forgot about most of it over the Echo Link. I know I've got the APRS droid, and it works. But I really enjoy the APRS stuff because from my radio, I can send an email or text to my wife in England, where she's at currently.
Okay, so that's enough about... so tell me about the picture that I see about 2, 4, 5 guys in the military sitting down next to a table in your QRZ. What does this picture taken and what does it mean? Back to you, Steven.
So we're listening to Reflector 1 Charlie here.
I guess I lost you. KE5ES, a 4x4 light truck.
.4x4 LP, while we're waiting for your contact to return, this is KD0MOM.
KD0MON, no, MOM, from Minnesota. Yeah, you're coming in 59 plus.
I hope so. We're on the internet.
I'm very pleased making contact with you. I visited, where is it? What is your location, please?
You mean, where is my QTH? My QTH is Pennsylvania. I'm in a suburb of the city of Philadelphia. QSL, Thomas?
Okay, well, I was confused with your call. I was expecting that you would be in Israel, and I was excited to be able to make contact with you because I visited your country at several locations, and I was curious where you are located in Israel. But you are portable in Philadelphia area, is that correct?
That's very correct. And could you leave space after I give it to you for my friend that I don't know what happened to him and he didn't come back? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I still got my call sign in Israel. I'm an 85-year-old guy and I'm 70 years AM radio operator.
85-year-old guy. I love it.
what do you do for a living? Are you retired like me? Okay, I see. You retired a weapons system engineer. Wow. So
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
I'm electronics, and you are a weapons system engineer. Okay, back to you.
Okay, very good. Pleased to make contact with you, and I enjoyed visiting your country, and I will look forward to doing it again. But you are in Philadelphia, and do you get back to your home country very often?
Well, I used to go very often when my parents were alive, but now I am.
He is an 85-year-old guy.
As often as before. That's the answer. The last time I was there was about.
We don't have to be so formal, though.
Back to you, my friend.
Very good. Well, I visited your country back in 2009. We had a 10-day tour, and I visited it again with my wife this time in 2000.
Man, that is
so it
loud.
was,
I thought I had a problem with being loud.
And, like I say, I would be excited to go back and visit your country once again. Very, very good to make contact with you, and thank you for letting me jump in with your previous contact there. Maybe he's back now, and you can continue your QSO with him. 73s, and God bless. KD0 MOM.
Okay, all the best.
And that guy's like polar opposite.
I'm sure that for the first one you went for free, so it does the job. All the best. Shalom. Stay healthy, you and your wife, and catch you down the road.
Shalom.
Ay, ay, ay.
KD0MOM.
Blowing my ears out.
JA2SYJ. JA2SYJ.
It's like we got a Japanese call sign in there. And a
K2A.
4x4 light truck QRT.
looks like Australian. I didn't know what the AMB was, so that's good to know. Did not realize I was going to ask that. All right, David, you take care. Keep studying on that test, and hopefully you'll be on our YouTube page with your voice on DStar or something like that, or maybe even HUP if I get that up and going. So take care, David. Have a good evening. This is Greg, K6EGG. We're live on Reflector 1 Charlie. I'm going to give a call out right now, see if anybody's out there. This is Greg, K6EGG, monitoring Reflector 1 Charlie, and also on YouTube. If you type in my call letters, K6EGG, into the search engine of YouTube, you can listen to yourself come through my Icom 9700. Once again, this is Greg, K6EGG, monitoring Reflector 1 Charlie. Okay, I almost thought I was on 30 there for a second. There's a ton of people listening right now.
EGG, this is JA2SYJ. How you there, Gregor?
Good, Mac. How you doing tonight? Nice to hear you again. This is Greg, K6EGG for JA2SYJ.
Thank you very much, Ray. Nice talking to you this morning. Yeah, local time here is 10:50 a.m. It's already Saturday morning here. I listen to this reflector while. This is maybe 001 Charlie. Enjoy the listening radio. Hi with the IC-9700. How do you do there? How you doing there? Great. K6EGG. Georgia. This is Jay. California. Sorry. Chino, California. This is Jay. Just like Jay. Back to Greg.
Excellent. It's about, I'm doing really good tonight. It is 5 till 7 p.m. here on Friday night. We have not entered Saturday yet, so I hope Saturday's being good to you there. I'm about 40 miles east of Los Angeles, California. Could be a 2-hour drive depending on traffic. I'm doing excellent. I'm talking on a 9700 through my hotspot here. That I picked up off Amazon, the MMDVMB, whatever they call it. I'm really bad on model numbers, so I apologize. But I'm also streaming on YouTube, so you can see my face and see my radio screen. If you type in my call letters to YouTube into that search engine there, K6EGG. I would love to see if you can watch. So nice talking to you, Mac, and it's great to hear I think we talked about a week ago. Pardon me if I hacked the name of the city, Nagano. I actually was down there in 1998 for the Winter Olympics.
Is that sorry? Yeah, 28 Central Japan near Tokyo, but we kind of knew Tokyo, but QTH are 200 miles or so Tokyo, like let's see, Nagoya, Nancy Alpha, Golf Oscar, Yankee Alpha. We pronounce that Nagoya City, Central Japan. Great. Okay, 100%. I look at your photograph. Very good. The very fantastic audio rooms. You're a professional audio music station. Yeah, I guess so, technician. Okay, thank you very much. K6EGG. Yeah, I'm sure worked before a couple of times. I guess so. I hope so. K6EGG, Chino, California. This is JA-5J, Central Japan, Tokyo. Go ahead, Greg.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm a television sound engineer. Mainly work on sporting events. I set up the microphones so you can hear the announcers, and microphones pointing at the field, court, or ice, whatever sport we're playing, they're playing. And I also work on entertainment shows, red carpet, like the Academy Awards, the Grammys and stuff like that for interviews for celebrities walking down before they walk into the event. So, yeah, great to talk to you again. It's really fun making all these different contacts around the world through the hotspot here. So I'll send it back to you. I'm going to QSY to another reflector. Hopefully be meeting a buddy of mine on reflector 14 Charlie. So this is Greg, K6EGG, from Chino, California, 40 miles east of Los Angeles, and also on YouTube if you type in my call letters, K6EGG. Now back to you, my Mac, JA2SYJ.
Sir Greg, K6EGG, Chino, California. This is JA2SYJ, Central Japan, near Tokyo. City of Nagoya 3. Weather is very lovely, very fantastic. The blue sky, temperature about 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Very comfortable, very cool, rather than cold. And let's see. Okay, thank you very much. Great. Yeah, I'm looking. I've enjoyed looking at your photograph and your QTH and HAT. Very, very beautiful, organized shack like music technicians. Great. Anyway, thank you very much. I've enjoyed this radio IC-705 with this time using the terminal mode, let's see, do the application. Sometimes the output spot, hotspot, let's see, shock RF output spot 2, I did have. Sometimes I change the terminal mode, do the application with the Windows 10, which is software downloaded just a while ago. Since that I very much enjoy the both ways of the open spot and the do the application. Okay, thank you very much. Great, taking care. Enjoy the rest of the day. K6EGG. This is JA2SYJ, Central Japan, Tokyo. 73. Great, take care.
Take care, Mac, and it's great to hear you again. And I hope you enjoy your Saturday morning and your rest of your Saturday there and over there in Japan, over in Asia. This is Greg, K6EGG.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is mine. This is JA2SYJ, Central Japan, Tokyo. Now clear. 73, Greg.
Anybody new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button down below. I'm just doing this for fun mainly and making a bunch of contacts. I have some guys that find me on YouTube and then end up going
This is KD2JSM on 1 Charlie.
That end up going to the reflector I'm on. I'm able to make contact with them and vice versa. Some people would see me on, hear me on the reflector and watch the YouTube page. So it's good to make some contacts there. Let's see if we can chat with him real quick. KD2JSM, this is Greg, K6EGG in the city of Chino, and also on YouTube. If you type in my call letters, K6EGG in the search engine. How you doing today?
I am doing good, and you gave your call sign so quickly, I didn't get it. But this is Kilo Delta 2, Juliet Sierra Mike. I'm Steve in the tri-state area of New York, where New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania meet. I am 15 miles to the east of that intersection and 70 miles north of New York City, which lies almost directly below me. And back to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry I could talk kind of fast there. My call letters are Kilowatt 6 Echo Golf Golf, K6EGG. And I also just brought up your QRZ page. It looks like you also have a YouTube page as well that I just pulled up as well. So it looks like, yeah, you're just north of New York City there. And it looks like, what, you're an engineer on jets? Is that what you're, I see your YouTube page?
A technical illustrator that specializes in air and space. So I know a lot about how airplanes are built and how they fly and what keeps them up in the air. And you know what keeps an airplane up in the air?
Air? Air keeps them up, right?
Money keeps the airplane up in the air. So that's what I do. I not too much animations anymore. More just drawings and some 3D work.
Excellent. A cool page, but just subscribe there. Looks like you got a lot of subscribers. I'm also on YouTube actually right now, live streaming. If you type in my call letters, K6EGG, kind of do this a couple days a week so the guys can, and girls for that matter, can listen to their own radio through my radio and see the my Icom 9700 screen as well. So just a kind of fun thing to do. I'm not like trying to like make any money off of it, but trying to get some subscribers and still spreading out the DStar love as well. Now back to you, Steve.
Well, this is KD2JSM, and for those who are watching your YouTube stream channel, if you go to my QRZ page, KD2JSM, you go to my bio section, you'll see my YouTube channel. And I've been doing this for quite some time. I have worked on some exciting projects over the years.
I would say, though, COVID has affected things quite a bit. But it's being a ham radio operator, for those who haven't gotten their license yet, this is the hobby you want to be in right now. Back to you, sir.
Yes, it is. And it seems like over the last year we got a lot of newer hams in here. And I think a reset. Sorry, my foot fell off my pedal. Anyways, with this DStar and digital modes and hotspots, it's maybe bringing in a younger crowd, you know, messing with the internet type stuff and Pi stars. And then also, you know, for the people that were restricted in HOA situations, it gives them a chance to be a part of making contacts all over the world. I mean, I just talked to somebody in Japan just right now with the 15 milliwatts. So, albeit it's through voice over IP, but the point is you're making QSOs, making conversation with new people all over the world, and that's kind of what ham radio is about, and also sharing information and helping each other. So just subscribe to your page. I also put your page up on my YouTube page when I'm streaming it right now, just so people can see, have an idea what you were just talking about. So it's great chatting with you there, Steve. I'm looking forward to maybe looking at some videos here the next couple days of your content here. This is Greg K6EGG for KD2JSM up there in New York in the tri-state area.
Well, this is interesting. I haven't seen anything quite what you're doing except for, what is the name of that program? Amateur Logic. If you've watched Amateur Logic, I think, I haven't watched it in quite some time. The last time I saw that, they were doing something similar, I think.
I'm not too familiar with that. I have to look that up. But basically, I don't know if you have a computer nearby. I have my picture in the corner of the YouTube screen with another camera pointed at my radio screen. A couple people on YouTube do HF versions of what I'm doing. KB2UKA. He's actually not too far away from you. He's in Long Island, New York. I've chatted with him a couple times by email. And Alex W7HU out of South Florida. He's south of Miami, in between Miami and Key West, I believe. They go on a couple days a week, and they basically stream their QSOs they have with HF contacts, so those guys can hear their own stations in different parts of the country and world, for that matter. Alex W7HU is a Spanish speaker, so he's usually hitting a lot of the South American countries as well. He's also kind of did something with Cuba, if I recall, kind of relaying some messages out of there. So it's pretty cool stuff. It's just a way to communicate, you know, chat, and maybe some people that are newer in the hobby or interested in the hobby, they can see how QSOs go and how many different contacts you can make in a day or a week, for that matter. So it's kind of the way I'm doing it. I'm not trying to make any money off of it, and I'm trying to get sponsored or anything like that. Just something fun to do. So I'll send it back over to you. This is Craig, K6EGG.
K6EGG. And this, I mean, with KD2JSM, well, you know, my story rather quickly is that I never wanted to become a ham radio operator. I know that may shock you. I was an FWL a very long time ago. And then, you know, life moves forward and everything else. And another operator saw that I was an SWL. And for a very, very long time, he, for 8 years, this is a true story, for 8 years, very nicely, he kept urging me to get my license. Finally, I think 6.5 years ago, I did get it, and I want to tell you something, with the pandemic and everything else, it's been fantastic for me. Plus, you get to talk to the people actually living in the country. You could ask them what things are like. How's the virus situation with you? What do you think, this and that? It's not filtered through a third party. And so I have established friendships and relationships with people everywhere. Now, some people drop in and some people drop out. You'll see somebody on maybe a reflector for a while, and then all of a sudden they go. You don't know where they are. But you'll see some very interesting groups. I go to the main Potato Net. I haven't been there for a while. There's the Vermont Net. There's a lot of great groups and great people out there. And if you're new to the hobby, there's a lot of nice people that will help you. The best for a new ham, for somebody listening to this QSO, and if you're interested in the hobby, get with a club. And I'm also Aries Race East member too, and that also will get you going. Just because you got your license doesn't mean you're a ham radio operator. It takes a little time to pick up everything, and it's not, as people say, it's not one hobby, it's 50 hobbies. There's 50 million ways to go with this hobby, from satellites to little tiny CW radios that people carry with them into the mountaintops and have a blast with them. Back to you.
You're absolutely right there, Steve. There was David that was watching just a live stream a few minutes ago. He had to take off, and he had mentioned that, yeah, there's so many different things you can do with this hobby. You can talk to the space station when it flies over, for Pete's sake. So you can bounce signals off the moon. You can do all kinds of stuff. So I agree with you on that. And I made a lot of good friends just recently. I got out of the hobby. I have had my license for 21 years, but I was busy with work and traveling, and I didn't have the time to play with it. And during the pandemic, I lost my job for about 5 or 6 months. So I had to figure out a way to keep myself occupied, staying away from TV, which is pretty toxic, if you know what I mean. And the funny thing is, because I work in television, but I know how toxic it is. But this way, I met a lot of really good people just recently. I normally talk on a 2-meter sideband. A bunch of the guys out there gave me a hand on getting my DStar going here. I wouldn't have been able to get as far as I did without the help, and I've tried to help other people as well. Having a YouTube page going, streaming, seemed to have helped some other people as well. So anything I can do to kind of give back and just have fun with it, not take it too seriously, and enjoy the friendships I can make and the different contacts around the world. And just like you said, get the real story from people and how they're thinking and how they're feeling, not just during COVID, just during any other time. So you made a really good point there. So now back to you. This is Greg K6EGG for KD2JSM up there in New York, just north of New York City.
To Juliet here. Mike just saved me. You can remember it that way. This is an interesting area. This is the Lower Hudson Valley. And New York State, geographically, is extremely interesting. It's not what people think. It actually is a slow elevation descent from its apogee to its perigee. And the water system of New York City is very, very interesting because it relies
good water, by the
on
way.
that phenomenon. And the water from the Ashokan and a few other reservoirs, which is north of me, comes down basically through gravity down to New York City, which is the bottom of the basin. Now, to the east of me, where all three states meet, is a very interesting little town called Port Jervis. We can't go into that because it would take too long, but that was they called it a port because it was part of the canal system during the industrial revolution that brought a lot of coal up into the area and kept all the plants going. But who lived there was no one other than Stephen Crane, the famous author who wrote the Red Badge of Courage. So the lower Hudson Valley is at its height now because the fall season is here, and the colors and the falling leaves, which people love and hate, are in abundance at this point. And back to you.
And yes, New York has some really good water. It makes good bread as well. I used to spend a lot of time in New York City. Not too much outside of New York City, but I think I also heard a VK3AEK. I think he doubled with you right at the beginning. So RJ, if you're listening out there, go ahead and jump back in there. I'm sorry. This is Greg, K6EGG. Maybe he dropped out there. But anyways, I'm going to QSY to a couple different reflectors here. So I had to cut that off real quick. But a buddy of mine's trying to get set up on DStar. So I'm going to try to see if I can hook up with him. So Steve, you take care. It's great making contact with you. I'd love to hear you again one of these days out here. I'm usually on this one, or reflector 30 Charlie, 14 Charlie, or 12 Alpha, which is 12 Alpha is a Southern California DStar repeater network there. So, Steve, you take care. I'll be clear once you final there from me. This is Greg, K6EGG, and also live on YouTube. If you type in my call letters into the search engine of the YouTube there. Now back to you, Steve. KD2JSM.
Greg, I lost you for a second. Are you still there?
Yes, actually, I was just signing off with you.
I did hear you, Greg. It's great to be part of your YouTube channel. Nice concept, and it's a pleasure having this QSO with you. And as they say, we'll catch you down the log. I'm kind of cruising DStar tonight. I was on 30 Charlie, now I'm on 1. But I'm going to let you QSY. It's great talking to you. K6EGG, I think that's your call sign, and you're with KD2JSM. This is KD2JSM on clear and monitoring.
Copy that, Steve. Have a good one.
All right, for those of you watching on YouTube, I have a buddy of mine.
JSM, this is K8QVY.
Good evening, sir. KD8EDY, is that your call sign, sir?
Sorry, let me bring this down. I'm going to change over reflector 14 Charlie. Thank you, I appreciate that. California something. Thank you for watching and subscribing if you did. Wondering how long the delay is on DStar network. That's a good question. I think it's just under a second. You can sometimes there's a local repeater system. I haven't. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you found me or not. What part of, if you're in California, what part of California you're in? Sometimes there's a local repeater that I talk onto the Papa network, Papa system that has several linked repeaters in Southern California. Cool. You heard me out there streaming. And when I unkey, when I'm talking, the last word I can sometimes hear back through my radio. So I'm guessing it's about a second and a half delay. What I've done here also on my stream a couple times, there's a couple repeaters that are VHF that I can connect to their reflectors. Well, their reflector's off right now. I can talk into my hotspot on my 1VFO and listen to myself come back on the other VFO that's on VHF, and that has probably just, I would say about a second, maybe a little bit less than a second delay. It will definitely mess you up. So it can get very interesting for the delay. But I think that delay is going to be how it is for everybody. So yeah, I think that's the delay for everybody. So it's pretty instantaneous. I mean, a second anywhere around the world, or less than a second anywhere around the world is pretty good. I'd say it's about double the cell phone delay. It's got a little more delay than the cell phone. You know, sometimes you talk with somebody and you can hear yourself come back. That's probably about the same amount of delay, or maybe just a little bit more. So it's pretty interesting how DStar works. I'm very new to it. Looks like I'm on 14 Charlie right now. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Mac, I was just talking to Mac. He's on Reflector 14 Charlie. I'm listening to him in my ear and chatting to the stream. So, what exactly is a Gen Ham? And are you out in California? Something California something? Get to the radio here in just a moment. I'm hoping my buddy will pop up here. Oh, Monterey Bay, yeah. General class. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep, I know where Monterey is. I've stayed up there. Worked, was it not Sonoma Raceway? What is it? I'm trying to blank here. It's a really famous racetrack there. Laguna Seca, yes. I actually took my car on that one day. Wasn't supposed to do that, but yeah, I used to work the World Sport Bikes on that track. It was back in the late 90s. Yeah, that track can get loud, and it sucks getting out of there on traffic on race day, or even qualifying day, if I recall right. Let me see here. And this is your call here. That's the club call there. Salinas, you actually have an air show up there next weekend, if I recall. You could actually, I think you could connect to the Papa system up there from Salinas. There's a repeater up there that can hook up to. Oh, I lost that page. Hey, Dave, how you doing there? Yeah, I'm trying to stay off the road. I did NASCAR for on and off for 10 years. I did the super bikes when they did a West Coast swing. They would do Salt Lake, Laguna Seca, and I think they would come back and do Sonoma at the end of the season. I also traveled for NBA and TNT for quite a few years, so not looking to leave my house here. K6EGG. I can use some water here. So this is the repeater club you're referring to. Where exactly? Oh, yeah, I know exactly where that's at. Yep. Your mess. You're messaging on a Mac DStar. What? I'm on a Mac, yeah. I actually have two Macs. I have one that I can put stuff on the screen and the one I'm streaming on. Since my 9-year-old iMac is barely can do the stream at 1080p, I can't run anything else other than OBS and camera software for the no, Mac is actually talking on DStar right now. The guy I'm messaging is on he's on there right now. Actually, I'm gonna try to see if I can chat with him there on 14 Charlie.
Transportation engineering, and they decided to
No,
stay
this gets
and
back
have
to some
kids
radio
in a
here.
house. And so we I've been all over the country, but we were in Atlanta for 30 years. And so we decided to move out here to be by the grandkids, and we just had them over for dinner tonight, and they're going to have a soccer game tomorrow. So that's why we moved here. I'll let you go. 73s, WA6NGC.
Cheers, sir. Cheers, sir. Mark, thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy your family. You have the large family, I guess, so. Granddaughter and grandchildren. I have the big family, I guess, so. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. Enjoy the play around the radio. Similar situation here in the Gold Coast radio. Too many equipment here in my shack. Since I got the amateur radio license 1964 at that time. It's been almost 50 years since I got the amateur radio license in my junior high days. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Talk to you again. I tried to get on the reflector 14 Charlie as well as 30 01 Charlie. Everything. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. WA6NDC. This is J8+5J. Center, Greg, Mark, sorry. This is J8+5J. Go ahead, Mark, over.
WA6NGC.
Waiting for my buddy to pop up here. Anybody watching right now? I can't talk right now. I'm on a reflector 14 Charlie. See if I can hook up with WA6QXA. Using to play with some radio here. Keith, I see you texting.
WA6QXA, K6EGG. You out there and listening?
WA6QXA.
I think you made it now. This is Greg, K6EGG for Keith, WA6QXA. You out there?
Trying to get a hold of Keith, WA6QXA. Was actually just down in Long Beach.
K6EGG, K6EGG. Hey, Greg, you out there? WA6QXA, Keith calling.
Keith, a long time no talk. Great to hear you on DStar, man. Are you going through Gabe's repeater?
Yeah, I am. Do I sound okay? Do I have this thing set up okay as far as mic and all that?
You sound perfect, dude. You sound really good. You're obviously different from when I'm used to hearing you on sideband, but it's great to hear you on DStar, man. Everything going well tonight?
Yeah. Weekend's here, so I'm just kind of ready to, enter the weekend and enjoy life for a couple of days, you know what I mean?
Yep, today is my Sunday, and I work tomorrow. Then I have Sunday and Monday off, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. I got kind of a semi-long week next week, but not too bad. But have you been on DStar much? I think other than the time we talked on the Keller repeater, I think this was the only time, right?
I sometimes talk to it when I get closer to home when I'm driving back home. It lasts till about, when I'm driving the 405 freeway southbound, till about Golden West, if you can picture where that's at. Then I lose it. So, yeah. Hang on one second. I just got a text. Okay, Greg?
Sure. Give me a quick minute. I'm going to grab a glass of water or a bottle of water. I'll be right back. Just text me when you're ready to go. K6EGG on Reflector 14 Charlie, and also streaming live on YouTube. If you type in my call letters K6EGG into the search engine of YouTube. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back now, but yeah, take your time. No worries. I'll be on standby. I'm answering the text. WA6QXA on the side.
All right there, folks. Sorry I had to grab some water and run to the little ham radio room. And it's not the ham shack. So give Keith a call back on Reflector 14 Charlie. Anybody new to the channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button down below. I normally go on streaming about 2 or 3 days a week, depending on my schedule. So now let's get back to Reflector 14 Charlie.
WA6QXA K6EGG.
Hey, Greg King, WA6QXA.
It's nice to talk to you without a bunch of static. Tonight I was on I don't know if you realize I was on a 2-meter sideband earlier, and it was a rough copy on everybody. Really hard to hear everybody down in Orange County and up on top of the up the hill there. I heard Curtis a little bit, but a lot of static and stuff.
Yeah, that's one thing that's good about DStar is like when the frequencies are like bad on, sideband or whatever, there's a great backup, huh?
Oh yeah, and like I went on 2-meter sideband this afternoon. Nobody was there, so I played around with DStar this afternoon for a couple hours, and probably made about 15 contacts from all the way Japan to a couple in England as well. So it's been kind of fun. I really appreciate Gabe helping me out with this stuff, and Bill and 6UTD as well. I wouldn't be as far along as I am without those two.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. I need to get my 97 set up with a few frequencies so I don't have to play around every time, because I did that one time you walked me through whatever, but it's been so long I don't even remember what to do. I think I wrote the steps down, so maybe I can try to figure it out again. But I need to just get it programmed into my memory. At least 4 or 5 key frequencies, repeaters, whatever you call them, reflectors, whatever they're called. I'm still new with this stuff, but haven't done it yet.
Or we could just get you a hotspot, even better. At least I've noticed a couple of the repeaters, repeater owners, they prefer you not to change over the reflectors. I have talked to Dennis, the owner of the 2 Keller Peak machines, but the reflector doesn't seem to be connected to the gateway is not connected to the reflector, so I can't change any reflectors or anything with the Keller Peak repeater for some reason. It was working about a week ago, and I tried it yesterday and today, and it's not working at all.
One thing cool about Gabe's repeater is he's given me permission to use it. He's given me permission to change it. He just says try to set it back when you're done if you change it, but it goes back anyway within time if you don't. So don't worry about it if you don't. It's a pretty local repeater, so it's not heavily used.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard any local traffic on it. I can hear it at my work QTH on occasion. It just depends on where I'm at in the parking lot. But I can pick it up at the 5791 a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna try to hear it when we go to the. It'll be close to where we're meeting at next Saturday, right?
Yeah, you'll be right on top of it. Yeah, like I told you before, I can go in the Long Beach area, no problem. It does. He told me he goes with about a 15-mile radius. I think is what he told me, or something like that, 15, 20. But if I'm driving down the 405 southbound, going to work, it drops out about Golden West, or maybe in Westminster, which is the on-ramp, just one on-ramp north of Golden West. So yeah, that's about where I can get onto it with when I'm mobile. Now, base station's a little different because I have better little response with, my base.
And so, did you take the radio out of your car? You normally do it anyways, and just bring it in your house. You hooked it up to your antenna.
At my shack, yeah, exactly. I have an antenna switch, so I was just able to put one of my jumpers into the radio. It took me a little while because just to do the whole process. And then when I did it and turned it on, I wasn't getting any sound, which is really odd because it's got its own speaker, right? As soon as I put an external speaker into it, it worked great in my external speaker. So I don't know what that was all about. That took me about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes to figure out, what the heck's going on?
Yeah, I think after Saturday, maybe we can go over to Ham Radio Outlet and pick you up a hotspot. How does that sound?
I want to kind of pick your brain with that a little bit. Where I see it to be most helpful is in the car. And so I was wondering, I know you bought a second one for the car. Is it working out okay for you in your car?
I'm glad you brought that up because originally, no, was not working out well. The trick is with the hotspot in the car is getting it connected to your cell phone, which my cell phone is 5 years old. So the hotspot keeps disappearing. So I kept on having dropouts. So I'm lucky enough. My car is new enough. I have OnStar in my vehicle. And it has a Wi-Fi hotspot, so I just activated it. I actually had some data that I'd never used when I first bought the car, so I'm using it, and it's a lot more stable. I do like it, but the other hand is sometimes if you need to reset or something, which I've had to do it already once because the internet was not that good, it's kind of hard to mess with because you're driving. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a hotspot. I don't know if it's my internet connection or what, but I do like it. It's good for when I was sitting out in the parking lot on my break, whatever. I'm sitting out in the parking lot at Honda Center, and I'm talking to guys over in Europe. So via the radio, obviously through the hotspots, but still pretty cool stuff. I like it, and I'm glad I did it. So it's another avenue. The other thing is I was talking to somebody, actually Fred of all people, on Reflector 12 Alpha, which is the Papa system. I cannot connect to any repeaters through Carbon Canyon. It's kind of a dead spot for all of them. And I talked to them all the way through my hotspot because I had cell coverage. So it's kind of useful in that aspect of it. Now back to you. It's Greg, K6EGG for Keith, WA6QXA at Long Beach.
Yeah, okay, well, it's impressive that you said you were hitting Gabe's repeater from the 5791, I think you said, because that's a little further than what I can hit it from, I would think. Maybe it's about the same, I'm not sure. But like you said, maybe 10 miles, 15 miles from his point to wherever is about as far as it goes out, because it's not that high of an antenna, whatever, that he's got going on. But it's he's very cool letting me use it, and, letting us use it, and like I said, switching it, so that's cool too.
Yeah, there was like a little part of the 57, just past Chapman, I think the name of the street is, where I can kind of hit it because I was he wanted me to see if it would work on the 57, and that was pretty much the only place I hit it. And once I got past the 91, it dropped out again. So it doesn't have that real good coverage going east. I can't connect it, obviously, from my house, which is weird because I can talk to him on Simplex on sideband from my house. So it's kind of surprising, but it's just kind of the way it works, I guess.
WA6QXA. So when you did that, were you like non-hotspot at that time, just going direct?
Yeah, that was pre-hotspot. I just got the hotspot working on my car 2 days ago. So this is actually right after he gave me the programming for the ID 5100.
Right. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty good distance. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to next Saturday. I think we got a crew, depending on who shows up, from who says they're going to show up. We're going to have maybe a crew up to maybe 20 people.
Excellent. That's what I was going to chat you about. If you don't mind chatting on the air about it, maybe if somebody's watching on YouTube or listening on DStar, they can meet up there too. Who's all you think is going to be attending? I've not heard back from Rob, K6EGG yet.
I need a list on my other computer. Unfortunately, I don't have it right here, but there's probably people that I've actually contacted, probably close to 15 people.
Excellent. We're going to have a nice little super spreader down there at the park in Cypress. Do you know what part of the park we're going to meet at?
I'm just texting me that today. Let me look at the text. Now, when I'm saying 15 people, I'm talking about people like whoever I spoke to. Like I spoke to you, I spoke to Gabe, I spoke to, you know what I'm saying? So some of them are repeats of what you have too, for that matter. So it's probably not as big as the number as you think. Let me look at Don's text, because he wrote me about that just a second. He says it's located in the southeast corner of the park. You know, it's Don Kanabi Park over there in Cerritos. Copy?
Don Kanabi Park in Cerritos or Cypress?
Yeah, that's Cerritos, I believe. They're like right next to each other, but it's basically 195 and Bloomfield to Del Amo in Bloomfield. It's a big regional park.
You said it's the southeast part?
Yeah, the text says it's located in the southeast corner of the park. So I think it's like there's like a big tree for shade and several picnic benches, picnic tables is what he's got in mind. He lives right there, so he's got it down, you know what I mean? He's scoping it out and stuff.
Yeah, I do see Del Amo there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a hike for me. I thought it was closer. No, it's actually right by the freeway. Hopefully there's a nice Chick-fil-A nearby. I'll pick up some food on the way in.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, get off of Bloomfield, it's probably a mile south of the freeway, max. So, yeah, it's not bad at all. So, I mean, in good traffic, you could probably do it, I don't know, 25 minutes maybe? I don't know. What do you think?
No, that's closer to 45 minutes there. It's actually early enough in the morning. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, but probably going home, it's going to take me about an hour and a half. But no, that's perfect right there. Everybody's pretty close to there.
Yeah, it seems to me that I got to your house in about, well, not your house, but the airport about 40 minutes when we met at one time. And I'm probably 2 minutes away from that. Easy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some construction on the 57, so that's all probably might take some time. The last 2 months of me going to work down in Anaheim, I've had to take Carbon Canyon, and that's added probably 15, 20 minutes to my commute because the 5760, they took away the carpool lane. And I don't know exactly what they're doing, but they haven't done much lately. So it's been kind of dicey going through that area. But I don't think in the morning it should be bad. I might just take Carbon Canyon on the way home, too.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I've had to take that a few times. It's ridiculous because they have it blocked up, but they're not doing anything about it. It's not like they're doing any construction. So it's like, that's how it is on the 405 freeway, too. They got about 20 miles of repair, whatever they're doing, stretching out the freeway, whatever they're doing. I don't have a clue. in my opinion, is they should like do like 2 miles at a time instead of wrecking 20 miles where they're not getting anything done. They've been working on that 405 freeway for years now.
Yes, they have. They should have closed all those freeways over there for like about 3 weeks during the pandemic and knocked that out. I know they've been working on. There's been some bridges in my area off the 60 that they're on year 3 of that, and it looks like they had just have 1 of the 4 done so far.
Same with 405. They're doing bridges and everything. Like I said, you know, they're like doing like a 20-mile stretch. Why don't they like just repair 2 miles, get that done, which still is going to take it probably 6 months, then do the next 2 miles instead of ruining 20 miles where I'm going home. Today I got on the freeway at 1:45. I got off early today, and it was stop and go traffic. I mean, it's like stop and go traffic every day now, and I'm getting off at like 2. I'm on the freeway by at least 2:15 most every day now because I teach a 0 period, so I get done early. And it's every day is like stop and go traffic. It's ridiculous that early.
I forget who I was talking to on here. It wasn't actually on DStar. I think it was on 2-meter sideband. That the traffic is actually worse than it was pre-COVID. Because a lot of people aren't utilizing the carpool lane anymore. But I have noticed the carpool lanes have been a little bit easier to utilize now.
Funny you say that because I said that there's this guy I was talking to on the drive home today. He was on this Simplex FM frequency, and we were talking about that. And I said the exact same thing, that it's worse now than pre-pandemic. And you hear that people are leaving California, and people aren't working and all this other kind of stuff, or they're working out of their house. But man, the freeways are worse than ever.
Thankfully, I work on off hours. Normally, I don't have to be at work till like noon or so. Although tomorrow I'm working 9 to 5, actually, believe it or not, actually 10 to 6. It is a Saturday though. But one of my companies I work for, they moved their office and studios conveniently in Santa Monica. So that's a heck of a drive for me. I'm not looking forward to that, but I'm pretty happy I'm working. It's fairly easy to work there, but just getting to downtown LA sometimes takes me over an hour, and it's probably another 45 minutes just to get over to Santa Monica. So it's going to be quite a challenge there next week, or in a couple of weeks when I go out there.
So you said you're working, I think, Saturday, I believe, which is tomorrow. Where is that location?
I am at beautiful Honda Center tomorrow. And I'm actually going to do some RF work there. I bought a Yagi 900 megahertz antenna for some of the wireless gear we're using. I'm going to be testing out tomorrow.
Oh, very cool. Well, if you have any time to ratchet you on the radio, let me know. I'll look you up.
Yeah, I'll text you when I'm going to lunch or grabbing a bite to eat. Maybe I can meet you on 5 too. That'd be great. In fact, one of the guys I'm working with tomorrow, his father is now passed, but he passed when he was really young. He was a ham radio operator. So every time I go to lunch, he sees my radio, and it reminds him of his dad. So speaking of which, I have my little daughter. You want to say hi to Keith?
Hi, Keith. Dad.
Hi, how you doing, sweetie?
One quick second. K6EGG.
That what? So I'm talking to my daughter here. It's that what wake you up in the middle of the night again?
Sasha and Milo.
Who's Sasha and Milo?
Sasha and Milo are cats that wake me up.
They wake you up, huh? They wake us up too.
And then home at the night and get us toys.
They're getting your toys?
But Sasha gets a unicorn downstairs.
She steals your She gone. That's Haley, 4-year-old daughter there. So sorry about that. Cats are be doing that. I got my buddy Keith online now too. I don't know if you were listening to that.
WA6QXA K6EGG. Sorry, my daughter was explaining why she doesn't wear socks when she goes to sleep, and the cat's waking her up in the middle of the night.
That's funny. It's Haley, right? Isn't that her name?
Haley, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty good for me because I have a bad memory. Yeah. Uh-oh. Guess who that is?
Somebody's calling you?
It is freeloader.
I am using an Icom 9700.
I'm taking it.
WA6.
Copy that. I'll be talking to some fellows here on YouTube. They're in the chat here.
Icom 9700, and I'm using a hotspot that I bought from Amazon for $108.
You can find me here if you want to talk to me. I'm on read. Hey, what's the protocol for here? Are we kind of like other repeaters where you only get 10 minutes, or it's whatever you want to do? WA6QXA.
No, as far as I know, you can go to town. I mean, these reflectors stay pretty quiet till you hear people talking, and I haven't heard anybody complain unless somebody's watching or listening. Hey, do you want to use a reflector? Go for it. No, it's not the same as what it is in the analog world, as far as I understand.
Hey, Roger. Well, if anybody needs a frequency, let us know. We'll step aside, you know. But in the meantime, we'll keep it occupied. Work the frequency.
Just try to leave little spaces in between our conversations so we're not quick keying. Looks like someone might jump in off YouTube. But the thing is, too, with anything else is I hear a lot of people, there's not many people in DStar, but there'll be a ton of people listening and nobody talking. So sometimes me jumping on, I remember, I think it was Wednesday, I jumped on, I probably had 10 people come back to me, and it was quiet for like 15 minutes before that. So you never know who's listening. So somebody's not going to talk unless somebody's only going to listen as long as nobody's going to talk. So I figured just jump in there and maybe strike up some conversations, and it's how to get like a circle conversation going on.
Fred was just asking, he texted me, like, what he knows that we're on the frequency, he wanted to know which one it was, though, because he can't find us. This is 14 Charlie, though, right?
That is affirmative, 14 Charlie.
Yeah, I texted him back that he wants to find us, he can come. But, yeah. Yep. So you got to work tomorrow, but you're off Sunday, you said, right?
W5ERX.
That's affirmative. Was that somebody you wanted to jump in there again? Go ahead. I'm sorry. We're going to take a little space here so you can jump in there.
I just thought I'd jump in and say hello, Greg. I kind of ran across your YouTube channel and been watching a little bit, and saw you scoping out my page. And but I just wanted to jump in and say hello. Hope you're doing well.
Hi, Wade. Yeah, I think we've chatted before. I remember looking at your YouTube or your QRZ page. Yeah, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I'm talking to my buddy Keith here, WA6QXA. He's actually not too far away from me. So, Keith, this is W5ERX Wade, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Out there in Texas, right?
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, we're out here in Texas. I used to live, well, a very long time ago, I used to live a little bit north of y'all there in the Antelope Valley. And I moved out here and I've been back a few times. My son lives out there, but this became home. I came out here with the military about 30 years ago. But yeah, the name's Wade, and your channel's kind of neat. I went ahead and subscribed, and I just thought it was kind of cool what you're doing. And I think you said Wayne, or I forget the name of the other guy. But hello, hope you're doing well. W5ERX.
This is WA6QXA Keith here, Long Beach, California. How you doing? So the 5 numbers, I guess, includes Texas and, I guess, New Mexico and Arizona. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think there's some more in there too. I'm not sure, but yeah. I mean, you're in the right spot, and it's yeah. Like I said, I haven't been a ham for the whole 30 years. I became a ham once I moved out here. So, but I've been playing with radio pretty much my whole life, and probably should have got my ticket a lot longer ago. But yeah, nice meeting you, and. Like I said, I used to live up there in the Antelope Valley. I got a son that's still there out in Antelope Acres.
Well, Roger. Well, it's a pleasure talking to you. And did you say you lived in California for a short while?
Yeah, my father was in aerospace, so we lived out there next to Edwards and Plant 42 and that whole thing out there. And so I spent a lot of time in the desert growing up. And I left with the military, and I've been in Texas. Well, I won't say I've been in Texas the whole time, but 90% of the last 30 years.
All right, very good. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm going to pass it back over to Greg. Go ahead, Greg. Cheers.
No problem. I got a question for you, Wade. Do you miss California at all?
Well, no, not at all. I stayed here for a reason. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, and if the traffic's worse than it was 30 years ago, it must be just one large parking lot out there. It was horrible back in the day, and I mean really, really bad. So if it's worse now, I really my heart goes out to y'all.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little more space, so we'll see here in the next couple of years. Trying to convince my wife, but we've done good on our house, and I have some savings, and I can work. As long as I stay close to a big city, I could probably find some work enough to pay the bills. So, yeah, just always wondered how people feel about it. I know some people that moved out of this area and have regretted it and end up coming back, but I've also talked to some people that moved out and absolutely loved it. So I've spent a lot of time in Texas. I traveled for 15, 20 years, so I got kind of used to working in different environments, and I always felt kind of at peace there. So I worked for Texas Instruments for a short time, working on their teleconferences in the 90s. So I'd go out there for a week at a time, once a month. They were in Plano, which is north of Dallas, which is kind of far from you right now. But I always enjoyed it out there. And I remember I was in my 20s. I was thinking, man, it would be great to move out here one day. And 20-something years later, I'm still sitting in the same spot pretty much.
Well, it's one of those things. If you're going to live here, you got to love it, or you'll hate it. This was a really good fit for me when I came out, and yeah, it fit like a glove. So I've enjoyed the whole time being here, and real proud to be here. But yeah, California's a beautiful state, but and I know some really, really pretty areas. I've traveled all over that state, and done a lot of stuff there. And
It's a great state, but I'm kind of like a square peg in a round hole out there. I just don't fit. But it's it's a pretty state, and there's some areas on the coastline that are just breathtaking, especially up there around Monterey, and I've been all up through that area, and I've ridden motorcycles up to PCH, and yeah, it's really neat, but I wouldn't live there again. Sorry. W5ERX.
Interesting that you W5ERX K6EGG. Interesting you bring up Monterey. We actually have somebody watching on YouTube that's in Monterey right now. Maybe you can jump in there and say hi. This is Greg, K6EGG. Look at the segue here. It's open for you.
I'll try it if I actually make it in this time. From November 6th, Delta Tango Echo, over here in Seaside, California. Good evening, gentlemen. 7-3. I hope you all are having a fabulous evening. I am coming up on the end of my third beer, and I'm going to just listen, but I hope everyone's having a good time.
I totally understand, but I would like to chat with you about your open spot, something you brought up in the chat. So enjoy your alcohol tonight, and it's probably a good thing that maybe you're hanging out where you are. So K6EGG, sorry about that.
Yeah, I know in the comments there I was talking about building hotspots. Honestly, they're pretty easy. And you don't have to have a lot of Linux experience to get them done. But I'll tell you what, I've had better luck with anything that I've built over anything I've bought. There's actually only one commercial hotspot in here that the other one I gave away to a friend who's just getting into digital, and was glad to get him set up. But in fact, I think it's a lot like the one you showed that you have. I got another one that I bought from a guy here in Texas a while back, but it was mostly because I liked his cases. He was building them himself, and they were really neat. Unfortunately, he's not selling hotspots anymore, but you can save a whole lot of money, and it's to me it's a lot of fun to do. If you ever get the itch to do it. And if you look on that QRZ page that you looked at, there's a Motorola radio sitting there with a power supply. Well, buried in the back of that is an STM32 DVM board, repeater builder board. And it's a high power hotspot. It's cranked down, but it puts out 20 watts, and I can walk all over the city here and have access to whatever digital node I want. So there's an option too. W5ERX, just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, originally I was just wanting to get the what's it called, the cheap hotspot, and now I'm hearing that this OpenSpot 3 you can cross pollinate. Pardon my non-educated use of terms there into different modes, so that could open up my horizons in making contacts there. And yeah, I'm checking out your page again. I have a question. What is this Ham Shack hotline I keep hearing about? There's another guy on YouTube that I follow. He has one of those too. What exactly is that?
Well, I'll preface it with saying it's not radio. It's basically a private, what do you want to call it? It's a private PBX system or network for ham radio operators only. You have to have a valid call sign verified to be able to get in. And it basically works on an IP phone. And there's the SIP phones, and they're pretty inexpensive. You can get them off of Amazon or eBay for $100 or even less sometimes. And the provisioning is super simple. You put in a help desk ticket, you give them your MAC address and a few little other bits of information, and they send you a link. You replace it with the IP address. There's a little spot in there you replace with the IP address of your phone when it's on your network, and it'll be done in about 30 seconds, and you're on. And I've actually got mine. I got an RF link over to my All-Star node that's sitting across the room here. And so I can just hit a button and pop into that. And again, it's not radio, but it's kind of a neat thing to play with if you're into computers and playing with that kind of stuff. But it's come in very handy for me. I got a friend actually that's out there in San Diego, and we've been playing with a lot of the All-Star stuff, and we can just hit a button and connect with each other and talk out issues that we're having or whatever. It's been pretty neat, you know, off the air type stuff. W5ERX.
Yeah, you know, I just learned a lot right there. I've seen that ham radio hotline on YouTube for the last couple of years, and I've been trying to figure out, no one can really give me the straight answer, and finally you did. Maybe I can get something like that. I'd like to try that. That's something I would like to get. Now, it's just, I basically call any ham by punching in a code? Is that how it works? So it's like a PBX system, we use them at work for just within our own little company, I guess you can say. Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You have to have a call sign that's validated to be able to get in. So there's only ham radio operators on it. And it's a worldwide system. But they kind of got it broken up into some. And yeah, you have an extension that's assigned to you, and that's somebody punches it in, and you're connected. It'll ring, it'll take voicemail, it'll do a lot of different things. It's pretty neat. There's a lot of information on their website there. If you just click on that link, it's hyperlinked on my. And there's a bunch of information in there. So it's like I said, it's pretty neat. It's real cheap to get into. You're looking at $100 for a phone, and yeah, the rest is free. So I got a really good group of folks that maintain the system, and it's very well maintained. W5ERX.
I'll definitely do some research on this ham radio hotline. I think this will be pretty fun. I could just pick somebody up. Hey, I'm having trouble with this. Because I was also thinking about getting I don't know, do people make All-Star nodes you can buy? I know somebody out of Vegas that was doing that, and I don't know, he went AWOL or something and owed a bunch of people money. I don't know if that's the same person, but do you know anybody that makes All-Star nodes still?
If you do a search for ClearNode, I believe that's a, I don't have one, but I believe that's a all-in-one, ready-to-go node that you can buy. What I did was I went ahead and just got a Raspberry Pi. Actually, I scavenged it out of another project I had. And I went through and loaded up the software, and I used what's called a Sherry device, SHERY or ARY, or no, ARI, I'm sorry, ARI. And basically it's a radio and sound card combination device that you just plug into it, and you're done. Otherwise you'd have to find a radio and stuff. But yeah, that ClearNode is one that people buy.
Copy that. Yeah, I'm looking it up on on YouTube right now as we speak. Yeah, they're a little more expensive than I thought. This hotspot I bought was about a third of what the ClearNode cost. Wow. Are they pretty easy to program?
Well, okay, that one will come already programmed, ready to go, more than likely, I believe. I think you just have to send them your information. Maybe not. I don't remember. I had a friend of mine that bought one. I will say one thing. If you do buy one of those, make sure you get a ferrite bead to put on the power supply line going into it. Otherwise, you'll get hum on your transmission. I do know that. I've heard that from several. The Sherry is the way I went. And like I said, yeah, exactly. The Sherry is the way I went, and it required me to do a lot of my own programming and stuff, which, if you follow the instructions, it can be simple through ham VoIP, ham VoIP, but it does take a little bit of doing, but it's completely doable by even a newbie. Just follow the directions. It's pretty simple.
Boy, I'm gonna keep myself busy this winter. I got a lot of time off. I'm kind of dealing with some health issues. Nothing too major, but I'll be definitely playing with that. And you can All-Star nodes I can connect to different repeater systems if I'm correct with that, right?
Yes, it's actually amazing how many repeaters are set up with that. And it can actually work as the repeater controller. And there was another guy that was in there calling it for info. I'll take a standby so that way he can get in there. He probably has some information. W5ERX.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in. The Sherry All-Star hotspot kit is really nice. A friend of mine has one. He's, I guess a nice way to put it is he's soldering challenged, and he had no trouble putting the kit together and getting it to work. The other thing is, as of about a month or two ago, ClearNode added where you can go in on FM analog and then connect to DMR. They don't have DStar, but DMR, Fusion, P25, and NXDN. So he's added that. You can talk analog to analog on a repeater or other All-Star node. Or you can set it up where you come in on FM analog like you normally would on All-Star, and then you can connect to digital reflectors or talk groups or whatever. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'll go back to listening. Sorry to interrupt, but you just might be interested in that info. K6EGG.
You see, do I have it? I do. K6HP, K6EGG. I really appreciate the information. Learning so much here. Also on YouTube as well, streaming live, so people can actually learn from this as well. If you type in my call letters to the search engine of YouTube, K6EGG, I appreciate the information, and that'll be something fun to connect with. I'd love to connect with a couple ham radio operators that have different digital modes than I do that live in New York. So that would be fun to do. Thanks again for the information there. K6HP for Greg, K6EGG.
Yeah, not a problem. I like them both. I probably will get another Shari kit just to make it and plank around with it, but I have a ClearNode that does most of the time. I typically will have it connected to the digital talk group. So the Shari I'll use to bounce around on connecting to whatever with All-Star FM analog. But they're both good hotspots. It just the Clearnode really upped the ante with its capability when he added the ability to do not all, but you can't do DStar, at least not yet. But it can do the rest of them, and you can do Brandmeister, TJF for DMR. Fusion, you can't connect to wires extras, but you can connect to either YSF or FCS, and E25 and NXDN. They have a bunch of talk groups now. I didn't initially, but I do now. Anyway, I endorse both of them. It just depends on whether you want to have a universal hotspot that'll do All-Star FM analog to All-Star connections, or have the option of also doing digital if you get in the mood and don't have a digital radio other than DStar. Anyway, you guys carry on, and I'll go back to listen. K6EGG.
Thanks again for the info, Matty. You're welcome to jump in whatever. This is what it's all about, so I appreciate it. K6EGG.
Yeah, I sent you a couple of links there. I don't know if you saw them on the screen. One was to the Sherry device. The other one's to HamVoIP for programming it up. And the Clearnode, I've heard nothing but good things about them from the folks that I've heard that have used them, as long as they use that ferrite on that power cord. But yeah, and the Sherry devices, they have the ones you can assemble, or you can buy them assembled as well. So they come plug and play as well. Just wanted to throw that in there. W5ERX.
Where did you put the links at? In the chat? Because I don't see them.
Yeah, I put them in the chat. It may have scrolled up a little too far, but they're there. I'm still looking at them.
Unfortunately, I've been having issues with people linking stuff on there. I think something got blocked out one night where somebody was trying to put porn sites on there of advertisements. So I don't know if they blocked it. Is there any way you can just drop an email to me? I mean, much appreciated. It's current on my QRZ page, K6EGG.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now, so give me a second and they'll be in your inbox.
Thank you, much appreciated there.
And anybody new to the channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button down below. Just trying to get to 500 subscribers before the end of the year. And no, I'm not going to try to sell anything. I'm not trying to get sponsored or anything like that. Just trying to spread the word of ham radio and having conversations like this tonight. And I hope people are learning from them. I know I did. I learned what the ham radio hotline was for the first time. And I never actually talked to anybody about the All-Star notes, but I heard a lot of people locally on some repeaters, on analog repeaters, talk about All-Star nodes. Rob, what's up? Real radio. Rob, you have a 9700.
Right,
you can jump in here. You're almost
Well,
close enough to connect to my hotspot.
I sent you one to...
Yep, Ham Shack hotline, buddy.
Oh, sorry, I thought maybe you were talking. I sent you one to the HamVoIP site and one to the Sherry site.
Copy that way. I really appreciate that. I'll have to check that out. Always learning something new every night, pretty much now.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to start running P25. We'll be waiting for that. I think you'll find that extremely interesting if you ever decide to go that direction. Anyways, I've tied it up long enough. Let some other folks get in there. I just wanted to jump in and say hello, and glad I could be helpful and give you a little info. Hopefully it helps you out. I'll stay 73 for now, and I'll be on the side. W5 works.
Thanks again, man. Jump in whenever. Thanks for subscribing. Also, appreciate it. It's really helping me out. Learn new avenues to make contacts. It's a lot of fun, and I'm glad this interaction with YouTube and DStar has actually really opened up my eyes to different modes and stuff like that. I mean, I knew they existed, but I just didn't understand, how some of that stuff worked. Like I said, I just kind of got back into it after a few years. So once again, thanks for your help. I really appreciate it, Wade. This is Greg, K6EGG, also streaming live on YouTube. I hear my daughter in the background. If you type in my call letters to the YouTube search engine, K6EGG. Keith, W86QXA, you still out there?
WA6QXA, I just came back in the shack. I went out and got a snack and everything, so I just got back in a second.
I hope it's a good snack there.
Yeah, my wife made some fresh salsa this afternoon, so I had some salsa, some chips, and guacamole. It was pretty good. Did Fred ever make it over here?
I have not heard him yet. So, Fred, KN6OS, you out there? This is Greg, K6EGG, along with WA6QXA. You out there listening to Reflector 14 Charlie?
Here, Fred, do you hear? I hear, hey, Fred, Greg, you getting a copy of him?
Negative copy.
That's the problem, Fred. Maybe maybe you're just hitting the repeater, but you're not hitting the reflector or whatever. I'm new to this stuff.
Can Fred hear me?
I mean, I don't think you're making it to Greg. He doesn't even there. Okay, well, that's the point. If they can't hear you, how are they supposed to know that you're even out there?
Come on, Fred. Use the CQ, man. You know how to do it. You're the one that taught me.
Greg, Fred didn't have the. He's not lined up to be on the reflector, but he's trying to fix it. So hopefully he'll come back. Can you get him a copy, Greg?
I'm getting a copy on you, but not Fred. Hopefully he can get it working. He's the one that showed me this YouTube stuff or this reflector stuff, man. He should be on here before I was. Come on, Fred, get it together, buddy.
Yeah, evidently he was just doing the repeater, so I could hear him because he and I were close enough, but obviously you couldn't hear him.
Go to use reflector. Use reflector. I wonder if this reflector is hooked up to any other repeaters out there. I think it's some Northern California ones.
Well, I've talked on this one and talked to people in Northern Cal and Oregon and stuff, so I don't know if that means anything or not.
I actually have my hotspot into two different locations on my radio. One into a regular memory and the other into a DR memory, so I can control my my hotspot through it. So I have it in two different ways. Seems to work out pretty good.
Come on, Fred. I know you got it in you to get this thing working. CQ, CQ, CQ. Use reflector.
Fred, you up and running?
K6EGG.
Yeah, I'll relay. He doesn't have it set up quite yet, Greg.
Oh, now, Fred, you're disappointing me. Can he hear me?
Now we can only hear one side of the conversation.
Fred, can you hear Greg?
K6QXA.
Okay. Yeah, Greg, he can hear you. I guess you just can't hear him.
Well, that's unfortunate, man. I want to hear him. I want to hear him bust through my headphones right now with his loud voice.
Chat's getting busy tonight. Gabe's in the chat right now. Come on, Gabe, jump in on the reflector and say hi. I think Keith's talking to your setup there.
I tell you what, though, this whole DStar thing, it's pretty challenging and complicated.
There are a lot of steps to make everything work. And if any of those steps aren't done in the proper order or proper alignment, just like IT stuff, it's never going to work. So people like Bill and N6UTD and Gabe have really helped me out a lot. Plus some people on YouTube just jumping in there too. Looks like Rob's listening to us, but he can't talk on DStar right now because he doesn't have it set up.
Rob, are you going to go to the picnic? Did you get my email? Next Saturday? Mr. Big Extra Man? 0. Rob's the man when it comes to radio, and he has some really cool Jeeps, too. Check my email. Oh, I'm not
here.
gonna
I am enjoying the fun.
Hey, Gabe, Keith there, WA6QXA. Fred's out there, and Greg's out there.
Okay, very good.
I can't even repeat, but I understand.
Yeah, I just got up here a couple of minutes ago, so hopefully Fred can get on here soon. But anyway, yeah, so you're becoming quite a celebrity there, Greg.
I'm not the celebrity.
Everybody else is. I'm just repeating what everybody else is doing. So it's been a lot of fun, man. I met a ton of contacts, and I can't tell you how much I really appreciate you helping me out with this stuff. This has been very, very cool stuff.
All right, very good. Well, I wouldn't have, talked up DStar if it didn't have some unique things that it brought to the table for ham radio. But yeah, I still am having lots of fun with DStar. So you looking good for the 30th there, Greg? Coming out to that park?
I am looking very good for the 30th. I'm hoping you're going to be able to make it too. Would love to chat with you and pick your brain a little bit some more. I think he's definitely going. So are you going to make it?
Yeah, I'm planning on making it. It's looking good right now. The only problem is that, the 30th is the CQ International DX contest, so I'm going to have to turn myself away from my ham shack and then go over there. But it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, I'm not going to be operating that much during that contest anyway, but yeah, it looks good.
And I also heard it's the same day the TRW swap meet's going on. So, but that usually wraps up around, 10 or 11. So maybe some people can pop over after that, after they go look for some vacuums and old dot matrix computer printers.
Yeah, I still have a Centronics interface cable for those printers in a box in my garage. I don't know why I haven't thrown it out, but maybe one of these days I'll use it for something.
Maybe you can sell them to Delta. They still use those things to print out stuff, if I recall, right? You can hear them, like the old school 1982.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so what's going on with you, Keith? Anything interesting? Got any good HF contacts?
I made a couple today, a couple yesterday, nothing big time or anything, I haven't done it that much the last couple of days. Actually, yesterday, no, I was totally out. I had a jazz band rehearsal last night that I didn't even get to go on the radio at all, so I guess that was Wednesday. And today I had a couple contacts.
Yeah, what was it? On Wednesday, I think it was. Yeah, I just came up to my shack. I turned on the radio and I talked to G3ZHI in England. We talked to him for about 20 minutes. That was pretty interesting. I think I talked to him once before. But that was it. That was interesting just for a quick QSO there. So it was fun. I had fun.
I think your brain might be frozen. I was looking down at something.
In England, you did that on HF?
I was like,
did I catch you right?
That wasn't HF. It was on DStar. So the bands weren't quite up. But he was just getting
I was
up.
reading up on the clear note stuff.
Yeah, that's what he was in. It was in the evening, and I was. It must have been about 9 or 10 o'clock my time. That was the most interesting contact I've had in the past couple of days, except for talking to Greg.
Roger. Yeah, there's somebody was talking.
I hope you like 4K camera. It's down converted to 1080p at 60 frames, about as clear as I can get it without much of a delay.
One thing that's cool about DStar is like.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it got frozen up, because this computer is early 2012 iMac. It's not the fastest thing in the world, that's for sure.
Yeah, this afternoon, 2 meters, San Diego was coming in, and Phil, what was it, WB9MYL was talking to him for a while, but when the QSO started, I could barely hear him, barely hear the San Diego station. Then it got really strong, and then just as Phil was signing with him, the conditions went out, and he was in the noise, and I tried to hit him, but I was just in the noise, so, there's a lot of water between us and there, so I guess the cloud conditions were changing. This was around noontime, I guess, maybe a little earlier this morning. So, we had those clouds coming in here, so that must have affected the propagation on 2 meters pretty good.
Yeah, Roger, the sun didn't really come out that much till later in the day. Go ahead, Greg, take it over.
Yeah, actually, I had a question for you there, Gabe. Is there any repeaters linked to this reflector other than yours, or it's just people connecting their hotspots to it, like Reflector 30. Well, although there's some repeaters hooked up to that. So I just had that question. I see the link gateways, but I don't know if they're repeaters or not.
Yeah, there are several repeaters hooked up to this. Mount Diablo is a 440 machine up in Northern California. Mount Diablo that's connected to it, and then there's one in the Bay, San Francisco Bay. Yeah, WW6BAY. That's connected to it, and then there's the what do you call it in Las Vegas, there's one, I think that's the W7HEN connected to it. But yeah, there's at least 3 or 4 repeaters hooked up to it. Yeah.
Well, good. Maybe someone could pop in here. Hopefully we're not tying too much stuff up. But I've been kind of monitoring the reflector DStar page, and I haven't seen too many people on here. So hopefully maybe we can bring some folks in here. It looks like we already got Wade coming in from Texas. So, yeah, some of the DStar stuff, it gets quiet at times. It's really strange. I thought there'd be more people on it.
Well, 14 Charlie doesn't have, 30 Charlie and 1 Alpha have a lot more hotspots and repeaters hooked up to it, so there's more activity on those reflectors. This reflector does get busy at times, and but I mean it gets quiet too. But what can I tell you? It's really not as busy as some of the other ones. Hey, let me see if oh wait, that's somebody else. Never mind. Okay.
Real repeaters?
All right, back over to you there, Greg.
And sorry to ask so many questions. I'm just trying to figure out still how this stuff works. Is the repeater now you talking into a repeater right now? Your repeater, the same one that Keith is talking into, or you're using our hotspot? And is this repeater always hooked up to this reflector?
What is funny here? Says the guy that's been drinking.
The answer to your 2 questions are yes.
So I'm never going to...
Yes.
Actually, I don't drink that much.
Copy that. Good info. Hopefully, I think I've talked on this repeater one time. I think I was leaving the Fullerton airport, if you recall. For the most part, it's hard for me to get in.
No, I totally get it, man. It's all good. We're all just trying to have a good time here tonight. All good. Enjoy your alcoholic beverages. I don't really drink that much. I don't like the head change. I used to smoke weed and stuff, and I'm not really into it, to be honest with you, anymore. I used to drink too, but I don't know. I'm just not into it. That's nothing against it, but definitely wouldn't be caught on here having alcohol. I'd be 3 sheets to the wind after 1 drink, so...
Did I lose everybody on here?
Because I may have been hitting the wrong button. Can you hear me, Greg?
Now I do.
Yeah, I was just saying that the repeater is normally hooked up to 14 Charlie, but sometimes I or somebody else will switch it over to a different reflector, and then after a while it'll switch it back to 14 Charlie.
Yeah, it looks like I found a repeater hooked up to this reflector AC6SO, and it's actually south of San Francisco, on the east, yeah, you're right, East Bay.
You can almost get into that repeater.
Yeah, there's one repeater, W6CX, I think, that usually is hooked up to this. I don't see it on there. right now. So I wonder what I'm looking for some of the other. I don't see it on here, so maybe it's not hooked up anymore, or they changed, or something's going on with it.
Is that you, Fred?
W-A-6-Q-X-A.
I have no idea. Maybe somebody else can. Maybe Taylor or somebody.
That's W6O or K6ON. He's actually the guy to help me out with with DStar, and he owns a repeater hooked up to that reflector.
The function.
He's going to help somebody else get online here.
Go to the second menu, and in the upper left it'll say what's it, IP or something like that, plus minus, and you click that until you get the plus function. There you are, I see you. Yes, very good, Fred.
I don't.
I don't see him.
Because I'm picking him up here on the dashboard, so he's getting into the repeater. But Fred, do you have the CQ use reflector in the tube box, in the upper box? No, let me check. K6OS.
Now he does.
Okay, you're good, Fred. Yeah, I had summer timers. I had a vent there. Forgot how to put the plus in there. Let me put this in memory. K6OS.
Fred, welcome aboard. We have a large amount of people watching on YouTube right now, a total of 6. So say hi to all of them.
Yeah, I've been monitoring the whole time. I've been monitoring the whole time here. I just couldn't get my radio working, and I gotta go to the coffee cart part. Okay, I got a phone call right now. We'll catch you a little bit. K6OS.
We spent 2 hours waiting for you to take off to a phone call? That's not cool, Fred. K6EGG.
And once again, anybody new to the channel, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Inching closer to 500 subscribers.
W-A-6-Q-X-A.
So how long you been on here for, Big?
Well, this time about 5 hours, and I was on about an hour and a half earlier this afternoon, so I've done a lot of radio here. I don't think I'm going to be on too much longer. I kind of have to be at work a little bit early for me.
Gosh, at the rate you're going, pretty soon I'll be asking you questions about DStar and the digital modes.
So, Gabe, I'm using my 7100 hooked up to my shack so I can be able to talk on it. Thanks to you helping me programming this thing.
All right, sounds good. Have you done any memory storage or programming on your 9700 at all?
I think two frequencies, 144.250 and FM simplex.
So where do you have those frequencies stored? What, do you want memory locations?
Memory 1, memory 2.
W-A-6-Q.
All right, so if you want, what I can do is make you up a little file that I can send over to you, and it'll have a bunch of repeaters in it. It'll have those memory locations with those frequencies in it, and then you can just load it up, and you're good to go. Work the world. 9700.
Sweet. I do have memory 3, the simplex DStar frequency, so I have memory 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, there's nothing else going on.
Okay, well, I got mine set up similar to that. I'll take a look at it. You know, it'd be easy just to scroll down the memories and just see it. But I'll plug in your call sign. So, do you have a 1.31 loaded in there?
I'm confused with that question. 1.3 what?
W-A-6.
The firmware for the 9700 do you have 1.31 loaded in there?
I know that I updated it one time. I don't know. Is that the newest one, 1.3?
Yeah, 1.31 is the latest one. We had another one. If
you could directly link, I think, through the call thing and on the hotspots, as far as I know.
When the boot screen comes up, it'll tell you what the software, what the firmware version is.
Check it out. 1.30.
W-A-6-Q-X-A.
Okay, well, hopefully what I've got will work in there. If not, you'll have to load 1.31 in there, which is the same process as you know when you loaded 1.3.
Okay. Yeah, if you're willing to help load those frequencies, I'd appreciate it, because I'm not good at getting into it manually. I'm just not. That's why I haven't used it. And so when I want to use DStar, I use my 7100, which is what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I'll have to double check to see. I'll see what I can come up with. I'll shoot you over something that you can, load into a. Okay, you don't even have the. So it's gonna have to be via the cards. I'm pretty sure you can do that. I'll check it out.
Right, awesome. Yeah, I do have an SD card in there, so we're good there. Very cool. Thanks, man. Back to you, Greg.
I'm sorry, I was sending some texts over to some buddies from work. You getting programmed up there, huh?
I think Gabe's going to help me out again. He helped me out on my 7100, and that's how I might be able to use it, When he sets me up, I can get around, It's pretty easy how he has me set up and everything. But as far as me doing all that manual stuff, I get confused.
Yeah, well, with radios nowadays, you almost have to use the software program to do that. Anyway, Greg, what type of the software version in your 9700 is that 1.31 or 1.3 in there?
I have 1.3. I didn't see the usefulness of updating to 1.31, so I just stayed with 1.3 at this time.
All right, well, 1.3 definitely works. There was only some minor changes to 1.31, so anyway. All righty, well, it's getting late in the evening here on the West Coast, and we're having fun on DStar.
Definitely is getting a little late on here, and I've been on for a while. I think got another probably 10 or 15 minutes left to me, and then I got to probably wrap it up for the night because I'm tired of having this light on my face, and I got to pick my nose.
Yeah, I know what you mean there.
700 right now, or are you using your 5100?
WA6QXA.
Hey, Keith, I might have went over you there. Say that again. Was that question towards me or Gabe, K6EGG?
Oh, did we double? I didn't realize. Yeah, I was asking you, are you on your 9700 or are you on your 5100 right now?
I heard Ward out there about a week ago, and he was on briefly. Oh, man, my body is so tense right now. I don't know why. He says he's been pretty busy with work and family life, so he hasn't been on the radio too much, but it was nice to hear him when I did. And Gabe has seemed to have fallen off the planet here.
Hello, am I getting it?
I hear you, Keith. I just don't hear Gabe anymore.
We just haven't heard you too much. We have to...
So, Greg, my question was, what radio are you on, the 5100 or the 9700?
I only use... I got to turn the other microphone down. I only use the 5100 in my car and only use the 97 at my house. I don't have no way to hook up my 5100 in my house. So, exclusively mobile for the 5100.
Okay, I see that now. I just saw the message 9700. Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, I haven't been on 520 all too much.
Okay, yeah. Have you seen the video that Greg has on his installation of the 5100 in his Volt there, Keith?
And I saw one video. Is there a newer one?
I don't think so. I was just mentioning it because he has the 5100 in there, so I guess that's his mobile rig. And anyway, yeah, that's about all I got for today around here. You know, I've been kind of busy today. I'm checking out some of the computers that I got here at home. I've been thinking about upgrading to Windows 11. So one of these days that's going to happen eventually. So I've been kind of preparing for that. And hopefully that won't be too much of a disaster.
WA6QXA here Friday. Hey, Gabe, I asked Greg this question, but I'll ask you too since you have your own repeater and everything. Is there any protocol on here as far as, like, you know, some of these other repeaters, 10 minutes, get the heck off, or can you kind of talk as long as you want as long as the other people aren't eating it?
Well, generally speaking, you know, with reflectors and repeaters and stuff, with repeaters, you know, he was told 20 to 30 minutes is, you know, pretty acceptable. Anything more than that, you know, you might be upsetting the repeater owner or something like that. So, as a general rule, I try and keep my conversations on repeaters, you know, between 20 and 30 minutes max. But generally, you know, the repeaters there are so many of them and they're not used that much. So, nowadays, a lot of the owners, you know, like to have traffic on the repeaters. So there's no real formal protocol or anything like that. Back over to you, K6EGG.
Since you're an owner, have you ever upset yourself?
Have I ever wet myself?
K6.
You're upset yourself from being on the repeater too long.
Well, not from talking on the repeater. I have upset myself on some of the dumb things I've done.
Sorry, stuff.
You know, like some of the things I thought, when I was building something or
Hey, anybody new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Trying to get up to 500 subscribers here before the end of the year. More than halfway there now.
I was planning to put a ground plane on an antenna. This was a while back. And I got up there to do it, and I realized I had sort of done it to some degree, but I'd forgotten about it totally. So I was like cussing out myself because I didn't remember that I had done that. Because if I did remember I had done it, I would have done something different than what I was going to do. But it all worked out anyway. But I was a little upset at myself. Yeah.
So you never got upset with yourself because you went 31 minutes instead of under 30 minutes with your own repeater?
No, not really. No, siree. How about you? Did you ever get upset with yourself because you talked 30 minutes on my repeater? 31 minutes, I mean?
I think this is the first time I've talked probably 30 minutes on it. Should I get off of it?
No, you're okay.
K6N.
Last night I had a jazz band rehearsal, so I was driving late. It was about 10:30 at night. Nothing was going on here, so I put it over to 30 Charlie and talked to a gentleman for a few minutes. And I believe when I was finished, I put it back over. But yeah.
Well, this morning I looked at it was at 14 Charlie, so if you didn't, it just switched over. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I got a couple things I got to do before I...
Rob, we got to hook up one of these days, dude. Thank you for watching, man.
Time, Keith and Greg.
And I hope you like the new camera, too. I think you saw it already, but I got some new lighting, too, so it's nice and clear.
Great. Good talking to you. And we'll talk to you maybe tomorrow. WE6QC on the side. Great.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get out of here as well. Anybody watching on YouTube, stay there for just a quick second. Let's see if Rob's still on there. Anyways, Keith, you take care. I'll give you a text when we get a little closer to next Saturday just to firm stuff up and stuff like that. So it's great hearing you on DStar, man. Welcome aboard. Sounds like Gabe is going to help you out, and he's a great teacher, and he's good at sending files over and stuff like that. He got me started on my 5100. So I'll talk to you soon, hopefully on 144-250. I'll be listening to the BozoNet. I think it's John, PHX, going to be doing it this Sunday. So take care. This is great. K6EGG.
And Rob, are you still here?
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, he helped. Dave helped me out with my 7100. That's why I have these things programmed. So hey, if you got some time tomorrow at your lunch, whatever you want to talk, give me a text, and if I'm around, I'll talk to you. Anyway, 73. This is WA6. We'll be clear.
Have a good one. See that echo there. All right. I got new. Look at this. You're the one that brought up the lighting. You can see the reflection in my glasses here. Right there. Oh, wait a minute. I'm actually pretty good about the lighting, so you didn't get the reflection off to my glasses. Got lighting up above. Got lighting here. Hope you like it. I know you're not near your radio, but you actually talked me into the lighting, so I hope it looks a lot better and got a new camera. I think you saw the new camera.
We're clear.
I didn't realize he was still talking. Sorry, Keith. So thanks again for talking me into the camera thing. I know originally I didn't want to have it on, but actually I've gotten a lot of people emailing over the last couple of weeks when I started doing a DStar thing. So thanks, dude. And I really do. No joking aside, I hope we get together one of these days. We'll love to chat and shoot the S a little bit. So anyways, everybody watching on YouTube right now, I appreciate you guys watching. Yeah, I had a lighting expert tell me how to light that thing, so I didn't have the... there's like a certain angle of attack you can hit where your facial I don't know. I don't understand it, but also somebody helped me up with the video to have the aperture right with the background, so I look a lot clearer in the background. And I got the auto focus and all that crap. So anyways, I had a lot of professional help with it. So everybody watching on YouTube tonight, I appreciate you watching. Anybody outside the area, I normally come on about 2 or 3 nights a week. I'm sorry, I've been on 5 hours and 5 minutes right now, and I was on about an hour and 45 minutes earlier, so I'm like getting a little out of it. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you're the one starting. You were there the first night. I didn't even have a camera on me, and I didn't have a camera on my radio correctly, too. So Rob was one of the guys, K6EGG, the first night that I was streaming. So it's gone a long way over the last couple months. Having a lot of fun, making a lot of contact. Now people are actually finding me on YouTube, and they're having DStar, and they find me through, we connect through YouTube originally, and then we chat through DStar. So it kind of went polar opposite of what we were doing on 250. N6. I'm sorry. I keep on saying K6. It's N6KX. I always get that jacked up. So anyways, it's totally been pretty cool connecting with a bunch of people. I get a couple emails a week now from random people asking me questions. I even got somebody asking me what seat cushion I was using, which is kind of weird, but you never know. But I was also helped out a lot of people set up their DStar too, so it kind of worked out pretty good. Really enjoyed it. So anybody new watching, once again, please hit that subscribe button. I'm going to try to be on maybe tomorrow night, depending on my schedule, but definitely on Sunday and Monday after I got some doctor's appointments. So Rob, you take care. Once again, I'll send you a text. Maybe we can get together one of these days. This is Greg, K6EGG. I'm going to sign off for now. Oh, wait. Do you have audio reflection in the background? Absorption. Yes, I do. Actually, I did that because I actually have a mirror in the background, and I had a packing blanket, so I didn't hear an echo in my room. So I put those up. I found those on eBay for like, I don't know, $30. So I bought 2 packs of them, so it was like $60. And also, my friend that does video for work told me that I needed to have a dark background so my complexion will come out a little better. So it's all kind of a couple weird things. I know my door is white, but I'm not right directly in front of it. So the dark background aperture, whatever they call it, sets that up so it looks a little decent. I don't know if I'm using the right terms there, but at least that's what they mentioned to me. I spent about an hour on the phone with them, and I was streaming live without anybody watching. I did it like in private mode or something. He was telling me all the color, whatever, what's it called, temperatures to be in, so I can change this light. I had this light going, and I had a different color temperature with the lights above me, and it wasn't looking right. So this one makes it a little more natural and matches with the natural color in the house. So anyways, I'm sorry. I'm babbling on here. It is getting late here, and I've been on for about 7 hours today. So everybody take care. Rob, have a good one. This is Greg, K6EGG. I'm going to sign off for now. Have a good evening, everybody.